Come on in, sit on down. The doors of the church are open. Yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Have a good word for you. Let's chat. Wait a minute. Let's see if this is the right one. Okay, yeah. Got it. All right. Hey, Keita. What y'all doing this fine Friday evening? Okay, hold on. Let me check one more thing. Hey, Unique. What's up, goddess? Hey, Jovi. What's going on, my friends? Okay, hold on. Let me see. Did that work? Okay. All right, let me turn this off. Bam. Ah, have a good work week. Yes. Hype, I'm catching this live from the beginning today. Yes, yes. Hey, Elise. We can get started now that I'm here. Yes, we was waiting for Elise. Elise is here, so now we can get started. I I want to start off with a good word from Myrtle Fillmore. Wife of Charles Fillmore, founder of the Unity Church. Hey, Tosh. Yeah, let's start off with this is what she titles Unity's most basic principles, right? And it says, I do not believe in evil. See, I lose half the crowd right there. I do not believe in evil. I believe in good. I do not believe in sin. I believe in truth. I do not believe in want. I believe in abundance. I do not believe in death. I believe in life. I do not believe in ignorance. I believe in intelligence. There are no discords in my being. Mm. Being is peace. My faith, understanding, and love are becoming one. What, therefore, God has joined together, let no man put asunder. That was dated 1897. See, the game been gaming since forever. I probably wouldn't phrase it in my words as my faith and understanding and love are becoming one because they are one, but I understand. I understand. Listen, listen, let's see here. Hold tight. Let's see, get you up out of here. Looking Indian. Yeah, I thought I was at one point, but I think I kind of made it up. You know, how when you growing up in school and everybody like, yeah, I think somebody did tell me that somewhere down the line. I don't think it's so. I haven't been interested enough to find out because it really don't matter. But yeah, nonetheless, nonetheless, I do not believe in evil. I believe in good. What we're talking about is the idea of sin. See, whether you in the church or not, people believe in it. Whether people are religious or not, they believe in the idea of sin. They believe in the idea of I've done wrong. And the wrong that I've done is leading to some consequences. Wait, who is that? Who is Bill? I don't know that. I don't remember that name. Has Bill been here? Can anybody vouch for Bill? Listen. Anyway. Anyway. Um, what was I saying? You been here before? Okay. Keita said she don't remember Bill. Bill gonna be a mod and block us all. What's up, Sly? Y'all so funny. Bill like, bruh, Bill about to take over. Chat shut down. Like We'll see. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just we'll see how it goes. Um, she playing. Now she said, Unique said, "Nah, she just playing. She just playing." The whole idea of sin. We be having a lot of riffraff coming here, so we never. It's like, and I don't be paying attention enough to be paying attention. You know what I'm saying? Um, but it's all good. I appreciate you being here, rocking with us. Sin. Let's get back on topic. Let's start somewhere else. I went in the crates. What's up, twin? I went in the crates and I found this oldie but goodie. Three Magic Words. Classic. It's one of those that you gotta read really several times, many times, as are most books. Just because you are constantly evolving and what you gather from it the first go around, as your vision expands, as your awareness expands, you're gonna see different things, you're gonna take away different things. So, okay, hold on. Okay. So, but it's a classic, Three Magic Words, U.S. Anderson. And sometimes it'll make sense to you, sometimes it doesn't. The first time I read it, I resonated with the message. I'm not going to say that all the pieces came together, but it was enough, right? I think what it does do is give you some clarity on the whole premise of the book is the key to what it is that you want. That's what it says. Three magic words will bring you everything you ever wanted. I like to say it's your understanding or recognition of the three magic words will give you whatever it is that you want. They're just giving us their perspective there by way of U.S. Anderson. Um, but essentially becoming the master of mind, the master of your thoughts, the master of what you put your attention on. It appears as though we know the things, right? It appears as though that most of us know how to recite things. If I ask you, what's the key to creating the life you want? Pretty sure you got an answer, right? What's the key to ideal health? Most of us have an ideal, I mean, we have an answer, right? What is it? You got it, right? You already know. I already know you know. If you tell me why, hey, love, if you tell me why the people around you are not getting the life they want, I bet you can tell me why. If you can tell me why your family and friends who are very religious minded, why they're experiencing their suffering, I bet you could tell me why. I ain't really interested in that though. I'm interested in you. Show and prove. Shout out to Mahogany. Let me read Mahogany's comment. I posted this yesterday, I think. Was it yesterday or today? One day. I don't know. It's in the post section. Because it's something I want to point out that stood out to me that I appreciate. See, it's a certain mind that I'm speaking to, right? You should have known what my brother called me growing up. My brother nicknamed me Tankhead. That was my nickname. He literally called me Tankhead growing up. That was one of the favorite things that we used to do. We had Jones and sessions, and the entire point of the Jones and session was to see who would cry first. That's why I ain't a bitch ass. So you got to come. I need if you're gonna come with something, you got to come with something good. Cause a mug, that's come on. You gotta come better than that. So Mahogany said, "I just came in here to give my testimony, if you will." Right? She said, "I listened to Rook for about 9 months, and in December I joined the 33-day reset, and it literally has had a profound effect on my life. This is not a paid promotion. It's just someone, and I want you to dial into this key word here. Someone who implemented the mindset tool she teaches and benefited from it. I even took a step back for the last 3 months to make sure it's real and not just me living in an echo chamber. Oh my God. See, that's that test and prove. I got to find out for myself. Let me pull back a little bit. Okay. I've been in the midst of this thing here, but let me pull back to see. Let me apply this to my life. Application. She said, and it's real. This is life altering information. See, it's the information. I'm one of many messengers, but it's the information. It's what you do with the information. You can hear the information as much as you want. You can hear information. Many of us have heard things for years. We've been in this game for years, studying, seeking, researching, meditating, visualizing, affirming, writing things down. Got it? Now what? So you believe in God or Jesus? Well, first, I would say, so this we could break this up in parts. One, what does it matter? What does it matter what I believe? Matters what you believe. Um, Two, do I believe in God and Jesus? No. No, I'm not a believer, I'm a knower. I don't know. I heard you talking about it. No, no, no. I'm not picking on you. I just like the question, right? Yeah, I like the question. Because you're gonna hear me say different things, and 1 minute it's gonna seem like, okay, I thought she said, I didn't think she, and then I didn't think she. So it's a little bit of all of it, just depending on what aspect I'm speaking from, right? So I could say from the standard perspective, no, right? Based on what other people define it as, the common agreed upon idea that there is something outside of you that is controlling everything, that there is something in the sky that is looking over you and watching whether or not you're being good or bad, who is judging whether or not you're being good or bad, and who will either reward or punish you based on that good or bad. From that perspective, no. The perspective that somebody decided to come down to save me and apparently has to come back to save me again, no. From that perspective, no. And that perspective, no. I heard Dr. Phil Valentine say, there's only one sinner, and that sinner is God. And there's only one sin, and that sin is creation. Bars! I love people who speak my language. Oh my God. I love it so much. Now, what does that make you feel when you hear that? Is that blasphemous? Is that idiotic? Is that insane? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? You could say, what does that mean? See, what I would start doing is I would start asking, I would start talking to myself. I would start speaking to the God within me, right? And I'd be asking, what does that mean? Make this clear for me so that I really get an understanding. No, no, no. Jesus didn't die so I can live. Jesus might have died so you can live. First of all, we can let's get technical. The man name whoever y'all are talking about, name wasn't even Jesus. What do you what are we actually talking about here? See, when you are stuck repeating what you've been told, see, that's why people need belief. They need to believe in God. So you got to believe when you don't know. You got to believe in Jesus when you don't know. You don't know, you got to believe in it. If I ask you, do you believe that you have 2 ears? No, you don't have to believe that. Do you believe that you have a nose? Do you believe that you're breathing? No, you just know that you are correct. The things that you don't know, you need belief. So I don't need to believe in God. I used to. And it appears as though during that time, mm, boy, life was having its way with me. Believing hasn't done much for me. It did help me kick the can. I will say that. Let's give credit where credit is due, I guess. But didn't it didn't help me get out of it. It helped me cope with suffering. It didn't help me rise above it. Oh, it helped me. You understand what we're saying here? It helped me justify pain. It didn't help me get up out of it because I had to keep coming back. That's why people got to keep coming back. See, they're praying the same prayers. They're coming back and hearing the same sermons. Why they still in the same condition? What's up, Kadar? What made you stop? Stop what? Africa is a church that, well, listen, I don't give a rat's ass who started civilization because there ain't no start to civilization. See, that's a making of the mind. That's what we're talking about right now. That's what we're talking about right now. We're talking about the idea of sin. See, you're not punished by your sin. You punish because of it. Because you have this faulty thinking. That's the ego that says something starts and stops. So there's no start of civilization. Sorry to hurt everybody's feelings. And you can't prove it, can you? Can you prove it? No, you can't. You can prove it what? Based on what's been found. You think you found everything? Then you can't tell me about no start of no civilization. So I don't really care about any of that surface level stuff. If you want to jack off to who started what, then play that game. And I can guarantee you're gonna play it for the rest of your life. This is beyond all of that. I have no problem with none of that. Argue. I think humans need to argue. Humans need to be entertained. We need to go back and forth. Who is right? Who is wrong? Who did it better? Fine. That's not what this is, though. That's what I told our inner circle earlier. I may share that video, maybe. This is not, I told the group, this is not a manifestation group. So let me just say, this is not a manifestation channel. Okay. This is not even a health channel. It's not even a mindset channel. That's not what this is. Now, absolutely, we dive into all of that. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. No, no, no. This, if you want to call it something, this is a resurrection of consciousness channel. Okay. This is remembering who I am, what I am channel. Once you are clear on that, you ain't got to worry about manifesting the life you want. You ain't got to worry about ideal health. You don't have to worry about love. You ain't got to worry about being in the right state of mind. The problem with trying to get the stuff, see, I'm not trying to help you get stuff. There are thousands of other channels up here that can help you get stuff. I have no problem with it. Sometimes you need to get some stuff. I ain't got no problem with it. That's just not what this is. This is seek ye first the kingdom. This is what profits a man to gain the whole world and lose his own soul. So once you go get the stuff, see, I can give you, let's just say I could give you a quick remedy. Name an illness. What do you like? Lupus, cancer. Okay. I give you a protocol. And let's just say you follow this protocol to a T. And in less than 3 months, it's cleared out. What happens the next time something comes up and you get word? Let's say it's the big one. It's something bigger than that. They say, no, the first one was because it was stage 1, but this is stage 4. Do you know who you are? Do you, or am I teaching you to fish or am I just giving you the fish? Because if you know who you are, you will never be enslaved by the idea of disease again. See, that's the difference. If we play the game of just manifesting a ton of money, have no problem with that. I like it. I want to see more examples of that. Like, boom, I decided 50,000 the next morning. I woke up, bam, I randomly got some check, 50K, I manifested it. Love those stories. However, what if after you have the 50,000, you immediately have to pay for some unexpected crazy expense? So it just wipes it all the way out. Are you still abundant? Do you know that you was the source of that 50K? Or do you now think that you on the other side of it, that you now think that I've lost? Because if you have, then you're just the same old nigga. that just know how to get stuff, but you not the one who knows that you are the stuff, that everything is streaming from you. If you seek ye first the kingdom, everything else is added after that. So you won't be like the millionaires during COVID. They had all the money, but they were still scared. They had all the money, they were still getting sick. And some of them even left up out of here. See, once you know that you know that you know that you know, this world can no longer touch you. That's what we doing here. We building from ground up. It's an inside out game. That's the difference. If anybody was curious, just yeah. Um, all things taught by the Holy Spirit. I'll go with that. I'll go with that. Yeah, self realization at its finest. That's what this is, and that's shocking to people who are not self aware. They haven't discovered what the three magic words are yet. And even when once they do, they're gonna reject it. The mind is gonna reject it. The mind is gonna say no. And that's what we're gonna read. I want to read a little bit. And if you don't like reading, this definitely is not the place the place for you. All right, mine's on duty. Cause we gotta give some background before we jump into the whole. We gotta get clear on what this whole sin thing is. And how is you? How is you? There's nothing that you can do that takes you out of good grace of anything. It's your belief that something you can do takes you out of good grace. See, growing up in a certain environment does not disqualify you from love, abundance, well being, success. It's your belief that it does. That's you. That's you. So, let's see what I want to start here. Let's start here. A little quick snippet. Let's get clear on what the conscious mind is. What's being described as a conscious mind, also known as the ego, also known as the devil. Ain't that good news? No, there's no one with a pitchfork. No, no, no. There's no. It's you. You the one who fell and got kicked out of heaven. That was you. Yes, amen. Yes. Why you do that? Why you leave heaven? Okay, let's get back. The instrument of survival. Everybody talk about survival mode, survival mode. Everybody want to talk. I'm so tired of hearing about the nervous system. I'll do a separate video on the nervous system. I have no problem with any of the systems, but it's being described as if it's something separate from you, as if it's something that has control over you, and it is not. It is something that is responding to you. What does the nervous system respond to? What you aware of, friend? What you aware of? Now, you could say, "Well, I feel anxious about having money. I'm I'm aware of it being abundant." Some aspect of you is not. Okay? Don't argue with me. Some aspect of you is not. So, you need to say, "Yeah, I'd be so tired of hearing about the nervous system." And I get what's being said. Okay? I get that yes, there's a response that is happening when you move into the unfamiliar. Oh, you so called is reacts to that. So let's say love step up on the scene. You've been asking for love. You've been wanting love. You've been praying for love. But guess what? That hidden aspect of you, which U.S. Anderson refers to as the lock, it says this is dangerous. That's the part of you that's aware. We have a recall that getting close to people is not safe and can be detrimental to you. So the nervous system is responding to that level of awareness. You are aware based on a recall that you're having of some other things that have happened. Okay. The nervous system. So now I get anxious. Now I start to feel afraid. Now my heart rate shifts. But it's not that the nervous system just got a mind of its own and it's just doing whatever. And now I gotta work on my nervous system. I guess whatever works. If you feel like you need to, then you do. So do it. Just do it. Just go for it. So you can't get it wrong. I'm never telling you what not to do. I don't know what the hell you need to do. What the hell? I don't know what you need to do. You know what you need to do. So if that feels right for you, then do it. I'm just saying that if you start to find that that's a task and a job, it's a reason. Because I'm not beefing with my nervous system. I'm not beefing with my subconscious. It is my aware. What am I aware of? Okay, who gave us the good word? Was that Alchemist that gave us a good word earlier in the group? She said reduce stimulation and increase meditation. Meditation is a contemplation. Contemplation is a recall. It's a bringing to mind. I'm recalling. I'm keeping that in mind. You see what I'm saying? Let's continue. Yep. Once again, everything is reflecting your state of consciousness. That's the game. That's the Father. That's what is being called the field. That's it. So I personally, that's what I would dial in on. Where am I? Who do I say I am? You are developing and heightening your awareness. We're on day 11, I think, in the mindset group, about 33-day round three, right? We check in 3 times a day, speaking nothing but power, affirming, right? What is the whole point of that? Pattern interruption. That's what it's doing. But it's also reducing stimulation. How is it doing that? Because usually the first thing you do when you get up in the morning is not focus on yourself. The first thing you do in the morning is focus on the problem. You focus on picking up the phone or looking at social media. And this is pattern interruption. I'm going to reduce the stimulation that I'm taking in externally. And I'm seeking me. That's it. We do that 3 times a day, right? Same thing. We're on in a circle. What are we doing? We're on day whatever today is. We're doing a 21-day plant-based reset, right? This is day 10. What is the point of that? It's bigger. It's bigger than just the body. It's bigger than just the food. Yeah, I know it's the food. But what you hiding behind with the food? Why is it that you a slave to your impulse? You a slave to your desires? It ain't nothing wrong with desiring anything that you want to desire. I mean, for the most part, okay. You say that, and some people want to do weirdo shit, right? Dr. Money Magnet in the house. Hold on, let's see. Okay. Um, Unique said, yes, stimulation makes me think sympathetic nervous system, which affects our prefrontal cortex. There we go. Now we get caught up in that loop. Right. So when you have to break these patterns. You have to break them. You have to interrupt them. So when we pull out of what our normal day to day, it becomes habitual, right? That becomes familiar, right? That becomes normal, safe. Now, when you pull out and you be like, hold up, now I'm about to do something different. Guess what happens? The mind goes to work and say, not so fast. No, not so fast, player. No, no. No, 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 no. This is danger. Red light. Alert, alert. This is the tussle that people are having back and forth. This is the idea of, the old cartoons. Some of the old movies will have like the angel on one side or God on one side of a person's shoulder and Satan on the other. It's only illustrating polarity, duality. That's all it's illustrating to you. A choice has to be made. When you're in the loop, you don't recognize that a choice has to be made because you're in the loop. That's why you don't choose different, right? So these practices are about heightening your awareness, heightening your awareness. And I'm gonna just keep it a buck. If you can't control what you put in your mouth, both of them, this mouth and this one, yeah, I don't know, player. Good luck. Good luck on trying to navigate this out here. Nah, nah. You have a duty. You got a duty. I think that was our check-in today. You have a duty to step your game up. You have a duty to be great. You have a duty to see who you are beyond the flesh. Who are you beyond the impulses? Who are you beyond the emotional disturbances? Who are you beyond the doubt in mind? Who are you beyond the pullings of your body, the so-called limitations of the body? You have a responsibility. Yeah, and I'm here to remind you of that. Yes, yes, amen. So let's start here. The instrument of survival, right? It says we must first deal with the conscious mind and its so-called compartments of memory, reason, and imagination. Now, at first, I wasn't sure if I wanted to agree with reason, with imagination being a part of the conscious mind, but I'm like, nope, nope, it is. This conscious mind of ours exists at the level of five senses. Now, some say there's only four senses. That feeling is not an actual sense. It's a sensation, but it's not an actual sense. Neither here nor there. Shout out to Dr. Phil Valentine. This conscious mind of ours exists at the level of five senses and is quite logically a product of hearing, seeing, smelling, feeling, and tasting. Its pursuit is to satisfy each of these five senses with sensations which provide pleasure instead of pain. That's his job. That's his job. So when you turn that into a demon, when you fight against that, you're fighting against yourself. Same thing with the nervous system. When subconscious mind, when you we separate these things because there's no other way to understand things except to pull it apart. That's what examine mean. I got to pull it apart. However, don't forget in the pulling apart that it's still one, right? Each of us can remember the beginning of his conscious mind. You remember the beginning. Some people remember when they were a baby. Some people remember when they were a toddler. Some people 5, 6, 7, 8, different ages. Perhaps at a few months of age, perhaps at only a few days of age, but the memory is there and available for recall. I want you to dial that word in your head. Recall, not memory, recall, even though technically that's what memory is. And is invariably the recall of sensation. Why do you remember some things more than others? The things that cause you the greatest pleasure or the greatest pains, those are very easy to recall. Yes. The pleasure or pain of one or more of the five senses. So, the conscious mind, therefore, is a pleasure and pain distinguisher. That's his job. And its compartments of memory, reason, and imagination are but names given to its total instinct to find pleasure and avoid pain. All conscious organisms are endowed with the life urge to survive, which is a good thing. And this life urge manifests itself in each as a conscious intelligence best adapted to cope with its surroundings. So that's what we learn to do. And we learn to do it well, some of us. This survival instinct must necessarily be based on a pleasure pain principle. For pleasure is an assurance of survival, while pain is a warning of destruction. The system of warnings and assurances set up in each creature is that which we call conscious mind. Okay? Your conscious mind is the system of warnings and assurances set up and has its focal seat in the brain and its network of nerves. Okay, got it. Okay. Um, okay, let's skip that part. Blah, blah, blah. For the experience of pain brings forth the desire to avoid pain. The experience of pain brings forth the desire to avoid pain. And the desire to avoid pain brings forth an image to escape it. And thus, this image is projected into the creative universal mind, which manifests new form and new conscious intelligence to this life that seeks to cope with its surroundings. Thus, with all evolution, thus, with all adaptation, thus, with all life in whatever form, for form is only temporary. It's a projection of conscious desire, inescapably the result of thought. Ain't it good? Am I the only one excited? So, the conscious mind of man then remembers the circumstances which produce pain and pleasure, analyzes from experience, which may produce pain and pleasure. Okay, got it. Imagines a flight into pleasure and an escape from pain. And herein lies the compartments of memory, reason, and intelligence. Got it? Okay, got it. Got it. So our conscious mind must be as destructible as the body which houses it. And we must concern ourselves with it here only because it is our means of contact with our true selves, and we need to understand what its functions and its limitations are. So, anytime we talk of limitations, we are speaking from the perspective of the conscious mind, from the perspective of the ego mind. Some call it the material mind, some call it the personality self, whatever the hell. They're all talking about the same thing. Um, hmm, okay, blah, blah, blah. So, the conscious mind primarily is a recorder, it's an analyzer and a filer. It records sensation at the level of pain and pleasure. It analyzes this sensation according to circumstances which caused it. And it files such sensation away under one of the two main compartments headed recall about pain and recall about pleasure. Got two compartments. Okay. Now, of itself, the conscious mind has no memory. In other words, it does not contain a storehouse in which is laid up all experience and sensations. So, all of these terrible things you keep thinking that you have a memory of, you're just recalling that. These are images that you're recalling. There really is no past, and that's why. Boop. The faculty of memory, as applied to the conscious mind, is simply its ability to recall certain experiences and conclusions which have been recorded into the subconscious mind, that hidden aspect of mind, right? For the memory of the subconscious mind is perfect. Every thought of the conscious mind has indelibly recorded in the subconscious, as well as every sensory perception of the individual. The great mass of this material is forever lost to the recall of the conscious mind, for it can only be recalled when it has been previously filed away with instructions to the subconscious mind to release it for recall. We could go on and on and on, but you get the gist here of what is saying here. Everything is possible. Every scenario is possible. That's the feel of potentiality. What's up, champ? Right? That's the feel. Appreciate you. So if everything is possible, and I am free to recall anything that I want. If I choose to recall misery, suffering, poverty, being unloved, being abandoned, not being chosen, being depressed, being in a world where I have to work 10 times harder. Even saying that pisses me off. Like, I can feel the sensation of pistivity in my system when I say that because it's so stupid, right? If that's what I'm choosing to recall, then my friend, my friend. I am judging based on appearances. I am allowing myself to be ruled by the physical mind. I am allowing myself to be ruled by the conscious mind. And I've already been told here that it is limited in its perception. It only has two compartments: pain and pleasure. And its job is to simply avoid pain, right? So when I allow myself to be ruled by that mind, that's what is considered a sin, because it's not the truth of the matter. Yield not to temptation, for yielding is sin. Judge not according to appearances, judge righteously. So I'm only getting one potential. Like, I look at the two minds. Conscious mind, its job is to fact check, right? How is it fact checking? It's going based on what it knows, based on what it sees, based on what it's recall. Listen, you can't do this because you don't have enough money. That's what the facts say. So the conscious mind fact check. The subconscious aspect of mind creates the facts. Go with me if you will. Go with me if you will. What's up, Haitian? Appreciate you. Um, who was that? Sheree. How you pronounce that? I appreciate you. You have all of my albums. I love it. Appreciate you. You're the best. So, where was I going? Where was I going? I got sidetracked. I got so excited. I got sidetracked. It'll come back to me. Oh, we're talking about the aspect of mind, right? So the whole idea of how is it that I'm not punished by my sins? I don't, it's not because I stole something. It's not because I mistreated somebody, right? What's a sin? What's a big sin that people like, ooh, outside of sex? Like, I don't even know if that's a big one because people still do it. I don't know what's like considered one of the biggies, right? Ooh, you really was sinning. You was lying, stealing, cheating. Those are usually the ones. So let's say I was to partake in one of those activities. I don't get punished because of that. I get punished because of how I define that. Have I decided that because I participated in XYZ that I am now on the wrong side of things? Have I now fallen out of good grace with God? Am I now no longer in good favor with God? Because it's the belief itself that puts me there. That's what separates me. The idea that I ain't quite clean enough yet. I got the ugliness on me. I've done some really ugly things. So that's what, think about what state of mind you got to be in. Think about what you're recalling, right? The You're recalling suffering. This the You're recalling I shouldn't be here based on the things that I've done. If they ever find out how I really have gotten down and how I have treated people and how I've mistreated people. So you create your own hell. You create your own suffering because of your way of thinking, because you believe that those things make or break you. Hey, Ricky, you see what I'm saying? Let's frame it another way. If it's my mind that crucifies me, if it's my mind that condemns me, right? Then where does God come in this? For somebody who asked about the belief in God. I heard Dr. Phil Valentine say, did I already say that? He was like, the only, that was such a bar. The only sinner is God. That is so good. God, that's good. And so you would have to get clear on who is God. How is that possible? Pardon me, I entertain myself. What is the role of this God or this Christ come in? If it's my mind, if the good book says, as I think, so I am. It didn't say, as I believe in God, so I am. It didn't say, as I believe in Jesus, so I am. It says, as I think, so I am. What? That's the only thing that defines it? As I think, so I am? Wait a minute. Seems like I might want to dial in on how I'm thinking. I might want to get just I want to tighten up a little bit. Kadara said to recall is to recreate. There we go. That's why scripture says remember, not. The prefix re means to do again. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. And it's also why it says do this in remembrance of me. So your rituals, everything that you do, okay, whether you checking in with yourself, whether you pulling away from the table and tightening up on your diet, whether you meditating, whether you visualizing, whatever, do this in remembrance of me. It's saying recall, keep me in mind. Because you can't have mercy and sin in mind at the same time. You can't have grace and sin in mind at the same time. Which one is it going to be? You can't have poverty and prosperity in mind at the same time. You can't have lack and abundance in mind at the same time. You can't have love and hate in mind at the same time. So do this in remembrance of me. Keep the higher ideal, keep the God or the good thought, the good possibility in mind at all times. That's what you're tasked with doing. That's what you're tasked with doing. When you do not do that, you are punished because you jacked up in thinking. Yeah, it's you. When you war with the world, why I put so much emphasis on turning your back on the world? I don't say moderate. I don't say what is it? Wean yourself, do a little bit, no, turn your back on the world completely. Completely shut the door. Go all the way. Go all the way, huh? You got a responsibility to go all the way. Just turn what you got to lose is what I be wondering. Like, if you already in your life suffering, this is what I don't understand about people who suffer. This is similar to when people struggle to change their diet when they sick. I be like, what do you really have to lose? You're waking up in pain every day. You are miserable every day. You're unhappy every day. Huh? Hey Tina. What do you got to lose, friend? Talk to me. Like, it's a little bizarre to pray. I be wondering what people be praying for. What are you praying for? What are you hoping is going to happen as a result of your prayer? Is it that, because here's what trips me up. If I take the approach of the average, nobody's a good person because you don't even pray just to pray. You pray to get stuff. So you just like the selfish people out there. You ain't no different. Your gratitude. I have listened to, I shouldn't say all, right, but a lot. Self-development, right? Oh, your self-development. Okay, listen to your success leaves clues. I've said it all. I have. All right, I've said it the same. Got it. There's a formula. The rich, the successful leave a formula, and gratitude is one of them. And if you want to step into this life, gratitude. So that lets me know that you ain't just grateful just to be grateful. You grateful to get stuff. You ain't no different than them. You ain't no different than them. You ain't no different than them. You want to get stuff. Your God, you love your God. Oh, you know what it is? It's transactional. That's how you and your God get down. Wow, that's crazy. And then you telling me you better than me? You better than me because that's what you believe? Really? 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 Because I'll lay it all down just cause. Just cause. I want you to know how I will lay it all down just cause if I don't get nothing back in return. Just cause. Huh? Let's do it. Burn it all down just cause. Burn it all. I just like to see the smoke. I like to see the fire. Huh? Let's do it. Now, We can flip this and say, well, certainly there must be a different interpretation to this thing. Of course there is. Of course there is. Kadar said people are not praying for what they think they're praying for. Yes. Yes, yes, my hair is growing. Yes, I have given it a command. I've already told it we're gonna see how long it can get. So I just, I just set it into motion because you can just do whatever you want. All of you guys, are y'all watching the fake moon stuff that they're doing? I don't have no problem with it. I call it out because it's BS, but I don't call it out because it's BS. I call it out because I want you to see it. And I want you to know that you too can make up whatever you want. That's the message. Listen, do you think they can't put out better images? Have you seen the stuff they can do with AI? You don't think that they could come up with better images? Of course they could. Of course they could. It's not about that. I don't argue. We already know. Now there are some people who don't let them live in that because it gives people a sense of hope and they want to believe in something. They don't want to believe that they trap on this earth. They don't know that you can't go so far. There's a limit. You ain't going so far beyond the atmosphere up there. Sorry. Sorry, humans. And if you do, you ain't doing it physically. You ain't doing it physically. So if you would like to explore, you're gonna have to get in some another kind of bag. You're gonna have to get in your astral bag if that's the kind of exploring you're interested in doing. But I have no problem if it makes people feel good. I think people need something to feel good. I think people need something to inspire and to stoke their imagination. I have no problem with it. For the rest of us, though, I'm talking to the G's. To the G's, your task is to know that you too can make up whatever you want. Okay, go make you some pictures of your ideal island, that your whatever, your ideal self. Go crazy, let your imagination run wild. You can look out into the world and just make up whatever you want. I think it's good. I like it. The moon was 3D. There is no picture image of the earth. It's composites, people. They put things together. And so if you could see the entire planet, you could see the entire planet. They would show you that. They can't show you that. And it's a reason why. Now, some people have said, why do you think the astronauts would go along with it? The same reason people went along with COVID. The same reason that people went along with church stuff. The reason people go along with anything that they believe in. They think it's for the greater good. It's a great story. It's inspiring, right? Yeah. Why not? You can be brainwashed to do anything. You can be brainwashed to believe anything. And you can be brainwashed to believe anything is for the greater good. Listen, let me tell you, it was family members that was ready to put their own family members on the chopping block. Do you understand me? All in the name of the greater good. So no, it don't surprise me that anybody goes along with anything. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What's up, alchemist? I was just quoting you earlier when you said reduce stimulation to increase meditation. Yeah, bar. Ricky said I've heard some intriguing theories about the moon. I like to hear them. I love them all. I like to hear them. I love them all. Yeah. So it's neither here nor there. I like all of it. The point of conspiracies is at minimum to just wake you up. It's at minimum to start you to saying, huh, that's weird. Huh, that shit don't make no sense. What's going on here? Maybe there's more to this. It's not about trying to wake up other people. I wish people would stop trying to do that. You don't have to try to wake people up. No. Just do your thing. That's all you gotta do. Just do your thing. That's all you gotta do. Just dial in with you. See, the question came to you. It didn't come to your mother or your father. You the one started saying, well, how this work? This don't make no sense. That means it's for you to answer. You the one. Ta-da. Ricky said, I bought a new journal the other day, been working on mind maps and scripting, feeling like I want to create an amazing professional network for myself. It's already done. The moment the thought comes to you, it's done. It's just a matter of you accepting it. On the West Coast, also wanting to meet who is that Dagonite or Dagonte? Who is that? Save people by saving yourself. That's what I do. This is a requirement. Okay. I know this is like an open channel, is public, but it's a requirement that I have, right? And I put I intertwine it energetically before you can even click here. There's a requirement. And I require you to see how far you can go. I require you to move beyond the flesh, to not only explore the flesh, to master it, not only the mind, the spirit, all of it. Why wouldn't you? What else are you doing? What else do you got to do? Okay, Elise is back. Okay, we'll continue now. Move beyond any perceived limits. Move beyond it. So we'll take that. We'll take we'll if that's what we want to gather from the moon, whatever it is that they're out there doing, cool. We'll roll with it. Push past perceived limits. Got it. I don't know. If it's enough for some kid to see it and be inspired, then it's good. It's good. There's no argument. You understand what I'm saying? We ain't beefing with it. We ain't beefing with it. I'm just saying, take that as an indicator to you. Let it be a reminder to you. Ah, the glory, the beauty, the majesty. It's hard to see that when you focus on the world. The richest black man? Wait, currently? I have not heard of him. Let me write that down. Let me write that down. Mm-hmm. Let me check out the brother man. Riches is speaking my language. I came across a flower today, and I was like, oh, first I thought it was a dandelion, but I'm like, no, it's not a dandelion. Then when I walked up close to it, I'm like, this is something new. So I pulled out my handy dandy plant app that will identify plants for me. So cool. And guess what it was? Guess what it was? See, I laugh at things like this. Some people say, oh, that's so silly. But it's my reminder. I'm in the midst of everything that I can't get out of the way of it. The flower was a bulbous buttercup, little yellow flower. It said the symbolism, it symbolized riches. I was like, there we go. Of course, I would stumble on this. Why? Because my awareness is on it. My awareness is on it. I have guy friends inspired by me. Listen, ain't nobody more inspiring than a woman. Sorry, fellas. You guys are inspiring. I'm not saying you're not, but ain't nobody inspiring as a woman, huh? That's how I know what I'm doing is paying off. Facts. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, and it just was so cool when I found it, and I just took a picture of it. I was like, "Oh, of course I found this. Of course, Buttercup." I mean, you know what I'm saying? Call me Miss Buttercup, okay? Okay. Yes. So, it is our mind, my friend. That's the crux of all of this. We should have done a video on Easter, right? Everybody is talking about he is risen, he is risen. Who is the he? Who? Who is the Christ representing? Where is the Jesus that rises? Hmm? What's so funny about that story is it takes like an ounce of effort not to speculate, not to make assumptions, but just to get you just do the scholarship, right? To just find out what words mean. It don't take like you ain't gotta be this deep to just look up words. You just look up what words mean. What they have meant. Not what you think they mean in 2026. And we're told that Golgotha, right, is this site outside of Jerusalem where Jesus was crucified. And when you go and look up Golgotha, you know what it means? Place of the skull. Excuse me? Place of the skull. What? Now, you can say that's not convincing enough. I mean, bro, I get what you're saying, but that doesn't quite mean anything. Perhaps that in and of itself. But guess what Calvary mean? Guess what the Latin meaning of Calvary is? Skull. I'm sorry to tell you, friend, that the death, the crucifixion, and the resurrection is happening here. And if it don't happen here, it ain't happening, Jack. The Christ in you must rise. And until then, yes, you die to your sins. That dying to sin is in a state of suffering. That's where you stay. You stay in a state of misery. You stay in a state of wondering, why are things not working out for me? Huh? Why is it that I keep praying these prayers, but I keep coming up short? Why is it that it seems to work for other people and not me? You see where your mind has to be there? Your mind ain't on glory there, is it? Huh? Huh? Nobody better than me. No one compares to me. Claim it. Yeah. Shout out to the good brother over at the Power of I Am. Kadar said, as Paul said, I die daily. I die daily. What does that mean though? Let's walk through that a little bit. What does that mean? I die daily. Every day I wake up, I'm in this physical experience. There are going to be thoughts that come up. There are going to be thoughts that say, I'm late, I'm behind, I'm inadequate, I'm cut off. I can't have that. I'm lacking that. I'm in the struggle. I'm going to see conditions because as a G, let's make it clear. You don't see just the good. You see everything. Why? Because your awareness is expanded. I am all that is, all that is. I have a decision to make. I got to choose. I got to choose whether or not the conditions, whether there's thoughts, feelings, or actual physical circumstances, can they knock me off my game? Can they make me look at life or myself differently? Can my experiences with another person make me jaded? That's crazy somebody got that much power. Wow. They can just change your heart. You mean to tell me you got this bright, beaming, loving heart and somebody else can turn it cold and dark? Wow. No one man should have all that power. No one woman should have all that power, friend. That's too much. That's too much. Hmm? You said Saint German. Ooh. Ricky said, I tell those thoughts to shut the F up. I mean, here's the thing. I like that. I do. You can look at them as your children, right? You're just putting them in their proper place. They have a right to be there. If you would tell yourself that. I'm not really tussling or fighting with this. Everything has its place. I just know you don't mean anything. You need me to give you meaning for you to come alive. See, the idea of illness, let's say if you woke up and you noticed you had, I don't know, something growing out the side of your arm, like a lump. It looked really bad. Oh, Alchemist, that's how we coming through? That's how we coming through? Shout out to Alchemist for the 50. What? What? Watch that come back tenfold. Bars. Let's go. So you notice something, right? In that moment, you got a decision to make. You got a decision to make. Do you agree? Do you agree? The reason that I want people to get intentional with their thoughts, and I want them to get intentional too with their diet. I want you to get intentional. Not because I'm trying to tell you how to eat. I don't damn it know how you need to eat. But I'm saying you can get intentional. I'm saying that you can use it as a tool to heighten your awareness. And that is vital. Because how you gonna choose when you're not aware that there's a choice to be made? How? How? So when I would witness myself, or should I say, I kept finding myself. I hadn't come out as the witness yet, finding myself looping, looping, looping. It took me to become aware of that, to come out of it so I could make a different choice. That is the demonstration of change. I'm no longer her. So even pulling away from certain things in your diet, you can eat whatever you want. You're a grown adult. But can you look at both of those things? The things that you really kind of don't want to have, but you're saying I'm gonna eat that, but the thing you really want, and can you say no, nigga? Can you say no? Somebody asked me what's the difference? What's the difference between how do we break that thing down, y'all? Anybody remember we were talking about dang, what was it? Mm, it was the difference between doing whatever you want, getting whatever like what's the difference between eating whatever you want, having alcohol, let's go with alcohol. That's a good one. Or whatever. It could be food. It could be your donuts, your cheeseburgers, your ice cream, your pizza, whatever your favorite things are. Your hot fries, your latte lattes and all this other junk. Doesn't matter. Right? What's the difference between you not being able to control it and then being able to control it? Now, obviously, it sounds pretty self-explanatory, right? But one I'm actively choosing. One is doing the choosing for me. One I'm master, one I'm the slave. One I'm a slave to my desires, I'm a slave to my impulse. The other, I'm master. I'm master. Master is my will. I say no. It's not me not being able to do something that I don't want to do. That's where rebellion comes. Rebellion says I can do whatever I want to do, so I ain't got to do all that. You don't. You don't. But why can't you stop? You should be able to stop anything at a drop of a dime. And when you can't, why can't you? Why don't you ask, why is it that I don't want to let this go? Who do I become when I let this go? Is it emotions that come up for me that I don't like sitting with? Do I feel different sensations? Does the mind start to spiral out of control? And I don't like that. I don't like the thoughts that come up when I can't simmer that thing down, when I can't suppress it. Why is it that I won't say no? Why is it that I feel that I can't say no? I just say it's worth putting it to the test. It's you giving a test and you taking a test, right? It's just your own thing. It's because you decide I want to be explorer of me, an explorer of my soul. Huh? Shout out to the hotels. Commandment number 5, I'm an explorer of my soul. You understand what I'm saying? So you have to decide how far you want to go. I ask everybody to sit with themselves. It doesn't have to be one moment that you do it, but just make an intention to ask yourself how far do I really want to go? Only you can decide that. Like what do I really want to see about myself? For some people they want to see how fit they can get. I think that's great. I think that's great. For some people it's uh, I want to see how successful. I want to see how much money I can make. I want to see some people want to know how much they can learn. How much they can master their mind. You have to decide how far you want to go. You got to decide that how far you want to go, because it's whatever you say. If you okay playing small, then have at it. Some of us can't though. Intentional versus impulsiveness. There we go. There we go. That's what I'm checking, my impulse. So this I think it was JoJo that came up well asked a good question about like what's the point of romantic relationships? What's the point of even marriage? Like what's the point? because there are a lot of people who are living happy, very fulfilled lives, and they are diving into friends and in different friend communities. They're diving into taking care of people, whether it's children or the elderly. They're diving into their own personal work. They may be artists or whatever. Valid. I got it. Um, and I like the question. I like the question. That's a good question. What's the point? What's the point of it all? Well, you. You. The good brother, who was that? Brother Panic? Yeah, I think that was shout out to the late great Brother Panic. He said, if you are, how did he phrase it? If you're truly trying to understand the nature of yourself, he said you need an expert with you, that divine other. Now, that doesn't mean that you're supposed to stop what you're doing and go on this manic chase, like I gotta find this person and I need to get it. It doesn't mean any of that. But essentially, the other is a mirror, and it's a clearer mirror than often anything else. It's the closest thing to you. You don't get to see some things about yourself. All relationships are a catalyst for growth. Again, it comes back to the question, what are you here for? What do you want to do? Some people are not interested in growth, right? They're like, listen, I'm fine. Okay. I'm living a good life. I really don't have no complaints. Um, I'm good, babe. Like, no problem. But if you're really an explorer of your soul, see, I'm not satisfied with only knowing the light of myself. I'm not satisfied with only knowing just the glory, just the parts that I like. I got to get to the dark. I need the full experience. I need to know the things that make me afraid. And I need to know why. I need to know the things that make me cower. I need to know the things that cause me hesitation and doubt. I need to know that. I got to know that because for me, that's the shadow. And that leaves me with blinders. And I don't like that. And I think that's why my life has kind of gone in the direction that it's gone because I've always had a desire to know. I've had a desire to understand. So that point in that relationship is you have to think of the other. I'm not saying picking up trash. No offense. We're not calling people trash, are we? Well, sometimes. Well, I'm saying that the point of the other is you experiencing yourself. That love, what's being described as the love, that's you experiencing what is called God. That's you experiencing the best of yourself. What other way would you experience the best of yourself? Yes, you can be loved by a friend, but the love by a friend is not the same as the being loved by a lover. It's not. Everybody knows that. Just cut the crap. I'm not saying one is good or bad, better or worse. I'm just saying. Alchemist said, how rich and fit I can get and how much I can learn and master myself. Let's go. Let's go. I want to see how much I can create by my mind alone. Now we talking. See, that's what turns me on. That's why it once, I don't know, it might be I said maybe by fourth quarter. I'm gonna kind of roll out something. It's not a rollout, but it's just the people who want to go a little further. You know what I'm saying? And it's not that anybody is again better or worse. Sometimes it's not beneficial to bring some of these conversations to the collective because it can be sometimes confusing. It can be sometimes distracting, so to speak. It's just unnecessary. I think there is a time and a place for all things, and there's just some of us that are interested in doing some other things. You know what I'm saying? How do I stop smoking cannabis? I'm addicted. Well, start to win yourself. I probably would rephrase that. I would start affirming. I would incorporate a new assumption that I'm not addicted. That will be my focal point. I'm starting with to him who is weak, say I am strong. I'm always starting with that. Why? Because it puts my attention on what I want. So that's why I'm starting. Nothing. can have power over me. Nothing has more power over me than I have over that. Nothing has more control over me. Nothing is stronger than I am. Okay? Because when you say I'm addicted, who's addicted? Who? The mind? You? You as Matt? All right, well then let's step out of that. Let's get to God mode. Let's speak as God. Okay, as God, you are not addicted. So that's what I would start reinforcing in mind. And then work the physical. Work the physical. How do you work the physical? Literally just okay. If you are used to what, smoking 3 times a day? Okay, let's eliminate one time. Let's eliminate, if you do it in the morning, noon, and night, let's eliminate morning or one of those time frames. And let's do that for a period of time. Let's see what comes up. Do you spiral out of control? Do you get headaches? Do you start having withdrawal? Like what comes up? And you have to, and here's the thing, you can't get out of the mental part. Like everybody that wants to talk about, well, it's really not necessary to do all the mental work. How's it not? Because the moment you start making changes, if you don't think that physical mind is gonna respond, shh, nah, maybe, maybe, perhaps. Um, but evaluate your life. What are you doing? Because usually, think of the idea of addictions. What are you hiding behind? Are you happy? Are you living the way you want? If not, why not? What can you do about it? The escapes. What are you trying to, they are there for a reason. What are you trying to escape? What are you trying to escape? This goes for everybody. Because yours may not be cannabis, but it may be wine. It may be, I don't know, cigarettes. It may be food. Food is a good one because nobody, like right now on a Friday night. Yeah, my go-to would be um, what was it? Shrimp fried rice. That was like my main Friday. I told y'all I would just eat. I just turn on my little Dateline. I watch some weird forensic file stuff. Eat until I was full. End up dozing off, and then I'd reach back over on the side of the couch and then finish eating it. Like if I had to stay the course, I really would be a big back by now. Yeah, but it was a soother. So you have to ask, like, this is a soother for me. What is it soothing me from? If it's, is it comfort food? What is it comforting me from? Do I think that I can't be comforted without it? You got to get in your mind, man. This is why, even if you don't get in the mindset group, right? Intentionality. Is that a word? I've been saying it all week. I don't know if I made that a word or not. Being freaking intentional about where you put your attention. For me, you got to chisel. You got issues with any sort of thing that you feel that has this strong pull on you, which is you pulling it, but it looks like it's pulling you. You got to cut out some stuff. You got to cut out some other things that frees up energy. That frees up energy. But I really get quiet with myself. Ask yourself that too before you go to sleep. Any question that you have, it's a good time to ask right before you go to sleep. Why do I struggle with this so much? Why what is what am I really trying to show myself? Because it is you trying to show yourself something. It's your way of communicating with you. When you have things that you struggle to let go of, that is you trying to communicate something to you, but you got to ask the question, why? What are you trying to communicate with me? What do I need to know about myself right now? What is the best next step? What do I need to do? Like, you become your own consultant, become your own guide, become your own confidant. Mine was General Parker. Listen, wings and beer. I'm telling you, like it was. It was my thing. Like, I didn't know how to stop eating. First of all, I didn't know how to waste food. That came from childhood, right? When you being forced to sit at a table to eat, like you can't get up from the dinner table until you finish your food, whether you're hungry or not, whether you're still like whether you're full or not. Yeah. So there was this, and that's poverty just stinks. Cause it ugh, ugh, that type of thinking. So I ain't like to throw away food, but cleaning my plate, like I gotta finish it. Like, so that became normal. Just eat more till you feel like you stuffed. To misery. Don't that sound crazy? No, it wasn't like no what's that stuff people be doing? Bulimia, no stuff like that, where I would eat till I'm got to spit it back up. No. But it was to the point of discomfort, to the point of itis. Why? Why was I doing that? Alchemist said, I'm so happy I waste food now and don't feel guilty. That took me a minute. Oh man, talk to me about that. Talk to me about that. I know all about it. Oh man, that's a big one. Like I was a real weirdo about that. Like nothing could be wasted. Like even if I went out with somebody, me and my girlfriend would go out and they'd say, "You want a plate?" I'd finish mine again. Greedy, I finish all mine. She'd be like, "No." I'm like, "You ain't gonna get no plate. You still got broccoli and a potato. Just bring the plate anyway." No, I will take it. Look at do you understand how jacked up in the mind you got to be? Like, what is it about? Like, do you think the food running out? Do you think you ain't gonna get some more food? Like, what's really going on internally here? Mm. Yeah, it's very poor like. So yes, I like the idea of I don't want it. Or I could go to a restaurant and it wasn't even that good, right? I didn't even finish all of it. And she was like, you know, you want me to take the plate? Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Box it up. I'm gonna go home and fix it. I'm gonna go home and add some stuff to it, put a little hot sauce, and I'm gonna do my little. No, I ain't about to be wasting no $20. Mm-mm. Poor. That's why I can't stand poor shit now. None of it. I don't want to hear nothing about no saving money. I don't care. That's not to say I have anything against saving money or that I don't save money. That's not the point. The point is it's the mindset. All right. You penny pinching, get away from me. I done had enough of that. If you ain't about abundance, I don't just get out my face. Go on. I go on. I've had enough of that. I've seen enough. I didn't seen enough. And if I want to see some more, I just go and hang out with Pops and he remind me even more. We're done with that. Literally didn't finish my food. They offered to go boxes. I had two. I ended up throwing them away. Just didn't want to disrespect my ages. Yeah, like I have no fear of that. And that was what it revealed, that it was not that it was something wrong per se with wanting to take what you paid for. No, it was the mind behind it, that it was some fear of not having enough, some fear of losing out, some fear of. I've had to do that even recently. It's interesting. Like saving perfume. That's my I'm going somewhere perfume. No, nigga. If I like it and it smell good, I'm gonna put it on. And it's very few things that I like because I don't like conventional perfume with all them chemicals and crap in it. But if I got some nice little oils or whatever, like, what do you mean? You saving it for? We're not saving it. No, we're not saving it. Saving it for what? Every day. Every day is an event. Every day is a holiday. Every day is worthy of appreciation, and it's the day. Saving outfits. Nah, 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 I don't want to waste an outfit just to be so and so. Why? Just buy another one. I really cannot stand poor stuff. Anything that even reeks of it, my whole system rejects it. I only say so I can remember to buy more. Yeah, anything that I do, I'm telling myself I do it for fun. I save for fun. I damn sure ain't saving for no rainy days, nigga. Save for a sunny day. I ain't saving for no rainy day. You think I'm planning for a rainy day? Get out of here, nigga. Don't talk to me like I'm normal and regular. Don't do that. You got to spit that out. See, this is the sin. This is what I'm saying. We've talked all around this. This is sinful living. You are punished by your sin when you entertain the idea that there's some stuff is running out, that I might better just in case I'm a safety net. I ain't saying you shouldn't have whatever net that you like to have. Okay. I like a play net. You know what I'm saying? I like a sexy net. I don't need a safety net. Safety net implies that there's some danger, like I'm jumping off a building or something, like there's a fire, there's a collapse. I don't like it. I don't like it. This is sinful thinking. I'm staying in heaven. You understand me? I'm staying in the glory. I'm gonna spend that money. And I be making myself do it more. Like not even for stupid stuff. Like just no, it's just like no, just spend it. No, I want you to get I want it to be so normal that you know that every day that it just drop, it just hit, boom, boom. It's nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing. We are not like them. Okay? Why? Because we recognize that we're not. Boop. I only say, oh, okay. You can't, yeah, can't stand poverty thinking. Yeah, I can't. And I've already done it. So you can't sell me on it. Everybody that try to cute it up, I know it's not fun. It's not, it's nothing glorious about it. It's nothing, um, no, no, you can call it whatever. Whatever. That's why I know like, I love being in the areas where people are just freely spending. I love areas that it's just it reeks money. It reeks abundance. It reeks like people just in a good mood. They just, oh yeah, whatever. I went to West Palm Beach. Was it West Palm Beach or was it Palm Beach? Whatever the richest one is. One of them is like top of the line, top of the line. I get them mixed up. And, just window shopping, just browsing. And I saw this guy that was looking at, a jacket, and they told him the price. I don't know how much it was. It was just a blazer. I think it was like 8 G's or something like that. He was like, "What? Put that back." and and I laughed to myself because I was, okay, whatever. But nah, nah. I wanted to be like, hey, papi, you want it, baby, get what you like. What's 8 G's to a god, huh? It's raining money. Why we not living like that? Why would Because you judge by appearances. See, you got to be a smart. You want to be smart. See, you can't be a god and be smart at the same time. Sorry. It's like saying I'm gonna be a lover and I'm gonna be logical at the same time. Ain't gonna happen, Jack. Good luck. Trust me. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck ain't gonna happen. No, no, no. It's all or all. It's all or all. It's abundance or abundance. It's not abundance sometimes, but then when I get over here, and that's what I'm saying, heightening awareness. When we talk one game, but we moving in the opposite way. Because if you really stood, who in the world is gonna say they God and then they tripping over $15 fresh squeezed orange juice? Y'all see, I be always talking about that. That's a trigger for me. Like if you ever want to piss me off, they be talking about how much I'm spending on some orange juice. Nigga, get out of here, bruh. Get out of here. It's the best for the best. And then I'm trying to get you some too, and then you complaining about it. Get out of here. Get out of here. Appreciate you, Eve. Alchemist said, lizard. I'd be like, baby, I deserve this. I'm saying, like, I had to let go of that mind and step into the I had the mind, you don't deserve that. You have not done enough for that. You have not done enough work to be relaxing. You have not done enough to be on vacation. That's the mind I had. And I thought it was a good mind. I did. I stood on it. I know better now. Yeah, orange juice. Yeah, nigga, no, I'm going to Whole Foods and I'm going to get the orange juice. And yes, I paid $13 for 12 ounces. I don't care. We don't care. It's funny what people will spend money on because people will go to McDonald's and easily spend $13 on a combo with two apple pies and cookies on the side. Don't blink. Don't hesitate not one bit. Huh, how much you value yourself. It's shifting your entire mind, coming out of the sinful mind. What does that look like? Am I being punished because of my sinful thinking? Am I staying in lack because I entertain lack? Am I staying in misery because I entertain it? Do I look out in the world and I say that the system, the way the system is set up, like you should slap yourself every time. I want you from now, after you hear these words, I want you to feel the sensation every time you say that after you hear these words for the rest of your life. I want you to feel me slapping you. Every time you say something stupid, like white supremacy, like the system is set up against me, like we gotta work 10 times harder, a woman gotta work hard, a black woman gotta, we always disrespected. I want you to feel me slapping you every time you say that. Because that's what you're saying that you agree with. That's what you're saying. That's the world that you live in. Who do you say I am? Who do you say I am? Oh, where do you say you are? Oh, you're in a world where you're the loser. You're in the world where you're the minority. You don't know that you're the center of the universe. I absolutely love that. Whatever that was that Ye put up at his concert. Oh, like the visual. I was like, oh, thank you for creating this because now I got this visual. That's me on top of the world. I am the center of everything, and everything around me are the stars. Oh my God, I love it. They're my stars. Oh my God, I love it. Do you not see yourself that way? Why? Why? Because you don't think about yourself that way. Why you don't think about yourself that way? Because you're not intentional about where you put your attention. The formula is very simple. This is not hard work. This is not hard work. One of the songs I like on the oh, I've been playing it all week. Uh on Yay, what is it called? All the Love. It's called All the Love. Oh, I love it so much. And it says we don't have to worry and we don't have to hold on to pain we left behind. That's what sin is, holding on to pain. You hold on to pain so much that it feels familiar. You hold on to pain so much that it feels normal. Now we're normalizing the opposite. No, I live in an abundant. Like, do you know somebody made $1 million today? 1 million. One of the young ladies that I like following, trader. You know what she made today in one day? Was it $30,000? What does your mind do when you hear that? Yeah, that's probably what she say, but she bullshit. Well, it ain't as simple as that. It ain't as easy as that. Yeah, you think that's what it is, but she ain't telling you about what she lost. That's you being a loser. See, when that comes up, that's your Satan. That's how you fall from heaven. I gave you, see, I share an example to give you a suggestion. I give you an offering of what's possible. You take that what's possible, you pull your dick out and you just piss on it. Pull your panties down and you just piss on it. That's what you do. Gave you something great. And your mind says it can't be that like that. It can't be that good. They got to be scamming. They got to be not telling the whole story. Like the skepticism in you is what you see in others. Ta-da. Yes, yes. Yeah. Chimp said, I say I'm next. Let's go. I look forward to you reporting back. I look forward to it. It's done. It's done, literally, like in your mind. Like it's done. That's what you have to tell yourself. Literally. This shit is easy for me. I am the market. I am the trade. Okay? It's me. It's responding to me. You must meditate on these concepts. What does meditate mean? It did not. People think meditate means to clear the mind. That's not what I gather from meditate. No, I feel the mind. That's what meditation is for me. I feel the mind with what I want. That's me contemplating on, okay, what is that? I am the center of this. You step outside, you look at the grass, you look at the flowers, you look at the trees, you look at the sky, you look at the person you can't stand, and you say, this is me. They have no power over me. This is all me. This is all me. Huh? This is me. This chart is me. I told a group I played some numbers came to me in my meditation, right? And I kind of went into a void, meaning everything just went silent, right? Meaning none of my thoughts were coming in, nothing, nothing. It just was a void. And I heard, and these numbers came up, three numbers, right? It said, write them down. I didn't interrupt what I was doing. I waited till I finished and then I wrote it down. And then some days later, um, two more numbers came. So it's five numbers. So I was like, okay, bam, let me play. It said, play these numbers. I played these numbers. So I played them last night and I woke up this morning and I have won $25. Now you might think, what bitch? What the fuck is $25? And that right there. See that right there. I give an offering. I make an offering to you of possibility. And then you hear it and you say, not good enough. I make an offering that I'm a winner, huh? That I can get money by doing nothing but trusting myself, because that's all I did. I do nothing. I do no earning. It was no effort. I make an offering that that's possible, that you can get money by doing nothing, and you say that ain't enough. That ain't good enough. When you question that, that's what you say. That's a demonstration of. At least to me, that's what it says. You understand? Yeah, I was hyped. So I was like, I already know. Now, this has been coming to me. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, once it's officially like, yeah, that one, I'm not going to tell y'all, right? But there will be signs. I'm not going to tell y'all, but there will be signs. Just know that. Just know that there will be signs, because I've been seeing it. Why would it be coming up for me? See, if something keeps coming up for you, it's a suggestion. Hmm? Might be a suggestion you want to pay attention to. You already know, alchemists, you already know how we rolling. You already know. And when I'm like, I can hear some numbers and play them and win. Oh, okay, let's roll. Let's see how far we can go. That see, it becomes more challenging to do when you have a problem listening, when you have a problem sitting still. That's what people are running from. That's what the inability to sit still, the inability to get quiet, the inability to sit with yourself. What you do, you just sit here with nothing but you. What you do when you can't get to the food? What you do when you can't get to the drink? Huh? Hmm? What you do? Who are you then? You don't know. And I'm saying that if you really want to master this world, right? Or at least the way I see it, you got to know who you are. Those two words have been all throughout antiquity. Know thyself, know thyself, know thyself, know thyself. Not just the self you can see, not just the self that's obvious, the hidden self. The hidden self. That's why we need this. We have to have this outer thing, because it makes it apparent what may be going on behind the curtains that you may not be aware of. So when you think you're ready for something, you're like, no, I'm ready. Like, I am ready. Like, yes, this is my moment. I'm ready for the success. I'm ready for the money. I'm ready for the love. I'm ready for the health, the ideal body. And then you find yourself doing opposite of that. Some people call that self-sabotage. You maybe you could frame it that way. But what is that? What's really happening? Mm. Ah, there's a loop. There's a loop that you got to break. There's a loop that you got to interrupt. There's a loop. The mind. What do we say about a conscious mind? It is a recall. It falls into two departments: pain and pleasure. So now when you deviate from what it knows, what it recognizes as true, and now you're saying, no, no, I'm gonna do this over here. No, I'm pushing beyond that and I'm doing this here. It says not so fast. This is new territory here. And new means different. And different means unfamiliar. And unfamiliar means potentially dangerous. So we need to steer clear of that. The typical response is to fight that, to figure out how to tussle against it. I'd leave that. I would take that and trash it. I would take any. It might seem like I'm suggesting you do this when I say put your attention on what you want, feed yourself good thoughts, stay in this practice of reciting things to yourself, affirming to yourself. It might give you the impression that I'm saying that only the good thoughts are worth having. No, what I'm saying is that's the preference. That's the choice. I ain't fighting any of the other stuff that comes up. I'm not fighting the stuff that comes up that says I'm not quite good enough, that says I ain't got the money, that says I've been trying to work my way out of this. Damn, I'm stuck. I thought I would have got to it by now. I don't know. It seems like something else is going on. If this person wasn't in my way, I would have been where I wanted to be. Those thoughts, they they may swim by from time to time. They might swim by a lot. I see it. I don't fight those. I just say it means nothing. You have no power. I'm not acknowledging you. I don't take the fruit. That's the serpent. The serpent is nothing but the conscious mind, the ego mind. It's saying, eat of this so that you'll know the good and evil. I want you to know both. I want you to know the lack. I want you to know that you separate from what you are. That's the good and the evil. You got to separate. Oof, that's a word. So I don't take the fruit. I stay where I like being. It's a no for me. Even when I see myself doing opposite, do you understand you're going to sometimes have to see yourself acting in ways that you know is not true to you? You're going to see yourself like, I'm better than this. Like, why am I allowing myself to put up with this? Why am I still here? Why am I still at this funky ass job? You're going to have to see yourself doing, performing, behaving, reacting in ways that is not true to you. And you got to let it ride for a little bit and just still affirm to yourself, this is not who I am. This is not who I am. This is not true for me. I ain't never stuck. I ain't never allowed myself to get played. I ain't never staying at no job that don't speak to me anymore. Like, I can leave whenever I want. Even when you see yourself not leaving, do you understand? You say it. You say it before. To him who is weak, say I am strong. Does that make sense? Can you do that? Or do you judge by appearances? Do you feel stupid when you do it? I told it, I don't know, I be talking in different places. Somewhere I said something. I was like, for everybody that's in the mindset group, we're checking in 3 times a day, right? I'm like, I love when people get annoyed with that, because I want you to ask yourself why. You mean to tell me you can get tired speaking in your favor? You mean to tell me it's too much work to think in your favor, to think only of your good? What? You know what that says to me? It's not normal and natural to you. Because this is what I know for a fact. You don't get tired of telling yourself, I'm tired. Why you don't get tired of that? Why don't you get tired of telling yourself, it's always one thing after another, bruh? Man, price is always going up. Man, everybody broke, bruh. Why you don't never get tired of that? Why that don't tire you out? I'll never see you say, I'm tired of thinking against myself. I'm tired of expecting things to go wrong. I'm tired of, yeah, why you don't never get tired of that? Because it's normal and natural to you. That's why. It should be easy peasy to think in your favor. I would affirm that. I never get tired of thinking in my favor. Huh? I never get tired of thinking in my favor. I always got the energy to think of my good. I love pouring into myself. It's my favorite thing to do. I never get tired of singing a song of me. Never, ever, 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 ever. From morning, noon, and night, I love singing a song of me. And when that becomes or appears to be a tussle, that's because that conscious mind has been programmed to filter out everything other than the problem and is fighting, not fighting, let's not say that, I don't like that, because that turns it into this adversary. I don't like to frame it that way, right? Because then it makes it sound like it's powerful because you fight people that or something that you think is powerful. No, 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 it responds. That's what it's doing. It's not fighting, it's responding. It's just responding. You programmed it and you said, filter out people making money doing nothing. That's not true. That's not how it works. It's not that easy. Okay, we filter that out. You say, filter out people who reverse cancer just by using meditation. That is not how it works. Okay, you filter that out. Filter out people who have found the love of their life. They've been together for many years. They're happier than they ever lived. They're tapped in and turned on with one another. They deeply love and desire. Nope, that is not how it works because the bitches is hoes and the niggas is tricks and is, oh, okay, let's give you more of that. If you filtered out all of the good things, okay, okay. This is why you're punished by your sins. This is why you keep seeing more of that. You are punishing yourself. You have to rewire your mind. I would say you have to take the whole mind and set the bitch on fire. That's what I would say. Just set it on fire. Just ashes. Just gotta start all the way. You gotta start all the way over. Appreciate you, SS. Hey, listen, just start all the way over. Just if it means that much to you. See, I go crazy with myself. That's what I do. I just sit in this state with myself like it's no extent I won't go for me. It ain't no extent I won't go. It ain't nothing I won't turn from. It ain't nothing I won't give up. It ain't nothing I won't leave behind. You got to talk to it, talk to yourself, talk to every aspect of mine. And sometimes you got to be in all driver's seats. Sometimes you in God mode, right? And you are absolutely speaking as the knowing. Sometimes you are in the ego and you fighting and you saying to yourself, listen, I don't care what you show me, nigga. I don't care what it looked like. I don't care what you say to me. I don't care if I feel like I'm depressed. I don't care if I feel like I'm overwhelmed. It's mine's. I can't lose it. My life can't miss me. I'm the one. If I saw it, then it's mine's because some people don't see it. If I heard it, it's mine's because some people don't hear it. Period. Period. I don't care. I don't care what nobody else talking about. That's the trusting self. What's up, Daniel? It's great that you're a fighter. Eh, well, I was about to say I'm not a fighter, but I'll take that. I'll take that. I don't like to specialize too much in fighting, but I can. I like all of it. I'm all of it. I'm a fighter. I'm a warrior, but I'm also a goddess. Okay. I'm also a fairy. I'm also a flower. Depends. It just depends. But if ever you see me fighting, know this without a shadow of a doubt. I'm aware that I'm fighting. I'm aware. I've chosen to fight. I'm entertaining myself. You understand me? You see what I'm saying, Tina? Yeah, like anytime you, because it's the awareness game. I'm choosing to participate. It's like if you ever see me get pissed off, is I'm choosing to get pissed off. That's how I entertain myself. This is all a game. I said it to myself, like, look at her. Oh, she trying to pretend like, oh, what? She need a challenge. Yeah, she's so cute. She act like she need to fight for something. She want a challenge. All right, have at it. Go ahead. All right, if you bored, all right, if you want to make up a hurdle so that you can see yourself jump over it and then give yourself credit, go for it. Have at it. You could just not have the hurdle, but if you need to have at it. See, it's all good when you know. That's the game we're playing here. The knowing. The knowing. And I'm gonna do whatever. I don't care whatever I see. I don't care whatever it show me. And you're gonna see. If you say you want to see, tell yourself that before you go to sleep. I want to see, but don't say it if you don't want to see now. Because wanting to see is not just wanting to see the things you want to see. It's seeing all of it. And it might get a little dirty. Might get a little nasty. Might get a little, ooh, yeah. Might get a little dark. You got to come on over to the dark side. I don't trust the love and light nigga who ain't been to the dark side. I don't trust you. You know why? Because you don't know who you are. And that lets me know, ooh, something else behind the wheel that you not even aware of. No, I don't trust you. Yeah, we all that. Gotta play sometimes too. Yes, yes. I pick and choose when I want to argue online. Same. Even y'all have seen it. Have you been at home when we do these chats? You've seen me do it sometimes. I entertain the trolls or whoever in the chat. I just tell you that if you try to come playing with me, you become mine. You mines. You mines. Once you enter my world, you belong to me. If you want to play, you can't disrupt my world. No, I take you. No, no, no. Yeah, I conquer you. That's what I do. The moment you think that you can, because you can't, you can't have any power. You need my consent. I must come into agreement. Do you understand? Can't nobody threaten you unless you come into agreement that they have the power to threaten you. Do you understand that nothing can be dangerous to you unless you come into agreement that that thing poses some danger to you? If you know that, you're free. If you know that, you're free. That closes out everything. There's nothing else to talk about. How can you fear loss? Oh, because you fear loss. Oh, okay, because you think loss is a possibility. There's no way that you can lose. So if you out here playing games, if you think I really would be out here, how y'all out here gambling, some people investing, whatever you want to call it, and you think it's a possibility you can lose. I would close shop. I would close shop. I would not. I would find another game. I would find something else to do. I wouldn't play that game. Ain't no game I'm gonna play where I think I can lose. We saying, Rook, that people don't have a down day. I don't care what type of day that I have. I don't care what the numbers say. I'm not playing a game with the mind that I can lose. Okay, that is everything. The state of mind is everything. Okay. The knowing facts. What stage in your life this time? Let's see. What stage in your life this time in turn? It's obvious that you're the creator of your reality. Yeah. Yeah. I just be doing me. That's the stage of the life I'm in. I do whatever I want. I mean, I'm not joking. I literally do whatever I want. I decide I want to live life my way. So I burnt my life down as I knew it and decided I was going to start over. Okay. And I was gonna prove to myself that I was enough. Apparently, that's the game I wanted to play. Okay, I should have already known I was enough, but apparently, I wanted to play the game to prove that I was enough. Fine, bet, got it. So I decided I was gonna do whatever I want. That I could do whatever I want. I could make money in any way that I want, in any unconventional way, outside of doing something illegal, outside of selling ass, because I don't do or specialize in either of those. Brother Panic, you've taken over from him with the long lives. Love it. Dark side. Shout out to Brother Panic. Dark side nigga. Oh, anybody got something to say about Brother Panic is nothing but a fuck nigga. You can tell him I said so. I really get annoyed with the blind. I'm gonna be honest with you. I get annoyed with people who can't see, who try to speak on the gods. I get annoyed with that. You was a blind ass nigga. How you gonna speak on any you can't even see? How you gonna speak on something you can't see? You in the dark. Believing in demons ass niggas. Don't piss me off. I almost see how I almost pissed myself off right there. Wow. Yeah. Shout out to the good brother Panic. Um, it's not about whether you liked or agree with anything or some or none of what he said. It's not the point. It's not the point. The game was given. Whether you could receive it or not, that was your own doing. It's easy for somebody. It's so funny that you find the people who claim that they are different from the conventional, the free thinkers, those who go beyond, right? They all with that. They're going to tell you all the ways that the normal way of the world is off. But up until the point that they run into something that scares them. And the moment they run into something that scares them, yeah, that's what they criticize. Yeah, shout out. Shout out to Brother Panic. Shout out to Dr. Phil Valentine's. Those are some of my, and I ain't even been heavy. That's what's crazy. I could listen to some of Brother Panic stuff, and he would just be going off. Y'all know he would go off if you familiar with him, go off on a tangent, right? He talking hip hop, his time in hip hop. He talking New York, he's all of that, right? Just hours, and then it'd be one thing. It wasn't about what he said. It's that what he said triggered something else that made me go, wait a minute, what if, like that right there? Because it ain't a lot of people that give me reason to pause. That made me say, damn, what if, whoa, okay. And that would get me, and I might click right off after that, right? Like, I don't, that was, again, it wasn't, and so I don't particularly, sometimes I'm mindful whether I call myself like a student of somebody, not that I'm discrediting them, but I've never like taken his classes. I know we've had classes and stuff, but I feel like I haven't listened to a lot. I've listened to him plenty, but not like a lot, but just enough. Like sometimes it's just it don't take much. Don't take much just to that spark. Um, and I know a God when I see one. So I don't really care about nothing else that nobody else is talking about. And I ain't listening to losers. And people should you should practice. Like I'm glad I'm not in the mood that I haven't green lighted myself to drop dime on some niggas. I'm glad I'm not in that mood. It's boring, you know what I'm saying? And it's not my job. It's not my job to point out things. My job, if anything, is to help you remember who you are. And when you remember who you are, you're going to know how to see. You're going to know how to identify what you see when you see it. You're going to know how to identify bozos. You're going to know how to identify people who just slick with the tongue, but empty with the heart. You'll know how to identify him. So, I sit back and watch. I encourage everybody. The house of cards are still falling. Know that. The house of cards are still falling. They ain't done. This a course correction that's been happening, that's taking place. That's why when you operating in heart, you should be out of your own knowing, the own purity of your own heart. You never have to fear being late. You ain't never have to fear whether you're on the right track. You ain't never got to fear whether you should be doing something else to get there quicker and to get this and nope, nope, nope. You ain't got to do none of that. You ain't got to do none of that. Hey, Karma, you ain't got to do none of that. None of that. Right place, right time. I can't miss it. And you would know that if you knew you was the center of your world. If you knew that everything arranged around you. If you knew that everything was you. You wouldn't have no panic. You wouldn't have no worry. We tussling with people. Why you tussling with people? They're a reflection of you. Won't you ask yourself, what are they reflecting? We don't get to ride shotgun here. No, it's driver's seat all the way. You don't get to blame nobody else. Sorry. No, no. You don't get to say if it wasn't for them, if it wasn't for them, if it wasn't for them, my life, if it wasn't for that bitch who spent all my money. Well, you let her. Nah, she stole it. Okay, well, what did you do after you found out she stole it? Well, you know what I'm saying? It's more complicated than that. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not. Check yourself. Check yourself. Why you stay places that you know you shouldn't be. Check yourself. See, that's what's being revealed to you, but you so busy pointing the fingers. It's saying think more of you. It's saying realize you ain't stuck. Realize your own power. Create the world you want by choosing you. No, if it's them, if it wasn't for that nigga, if it wasn't for that nigga, and niggas ain't shit. Okay, maybe you say so. I'll be back in the circle soon. Oh, you know you was gone. We'll be there. No worries. No worries. So, what was our good word for today? What's up, Mastermind? I appreciate you. Yeah, I'm in goddess mode. You good? You good? Everything good? Message me. Yeah. Let me know everything is well. Everything is good. Everything is good. All right. How did you take your power back? I like questions. I like good questions. Let's get into it if we're going to get into it. How do you take your power back? How do you take your power back? How would I answer that? Maybe in two parts. One part, I realized I never lost it. I realized the idea of giving my power away was an illusion. I realized I had the power the entire time. Let's reverse the question from how do you take your power back to how do you give your power away? Let's reframe it. By saying no when you mean yes, by saying yes when you mean no, by not moving when you know you should, by putting up with shit that you know you shouldn't, by denying yourself more and greater when you feel a call and a pulling for more and greater, by hesitating when you know you should jump, when you know you should leap, by being quiet when you know you should speak up, by speaking up when you know you should be quiet, by not trusting yourself. Yeah. So just reverse that. How do you take your power back? I started to pay attention. I started to pay attention. I think that one of the major things, I've had phases, right? Life works through kind of cycles and phases. So there have been different ways that I've been able to do that. I've had different people that were kind of catalysts to my growth, right? So there were different ways in how I had to address certain things. So when it came to expectations of who I was in regard to like family, a big part of that was saying no. That was me eliminating that need, that desire, that what is the word I'm looking for? That obligation. Like I wanted to say no, but I wasn't saying no. So I found myself doing things that I didn't really want to do. And then I complained about it. Then I was mad about it. Then I felt overwhelmed. Then I felt tired. Then I became angry and resentful. But it all came back to me. I know how to say no. Then again, that can cycle through relationship stuff. When you know, when you know you're not addressing things, right? That was a big part. I was a peacekeeper. I figured it was my job to manage other people's emotions. I think I got that because I had a very I don't want to call her unstable. I don't want to call Mom Dukes unstable, but let's say very emotionally erratic, out of control, right? Mother. So I learned as a child that how to work around that. Like, is if I can just keep her good, if I can keep her comfortable, if I can keep her happy, I don't have to deal with the blowback from her emotional outbursts, right? Whether frustration, anger, criticism, whatever. So, what I gather here years later is that I learned how to do that with adults, that I became the manager of other people's emotions. So, I learned how to keep my mouth closed and just deal with certain things. I thought it made me better, honestly. I thought it made me more mature. I thought it made me the bigger person. I thought it made me more emotionally intelligent, more aware. Eh, 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 right? But it got to a point to where I realized that was not my job. That whole idea of keeping the peace, I was keeping everybody else's peace but my own. So while they were good, they were good. I learned how to do that, how to make other people good. There was a war going on within me, right? I was barely making it. I had to do a lot of work. I had to do a lot of work. Yeah. Here's something you should ask yourself. Why is it so difficult to maintain this? If you want to know about how to take your power back, ask yourself that question. Because when you're in the right place doing the right things, really truly in alignment with where you really want to be, who you want to be, it should not take a lot of work to maintain relationships. Somebody said that they lied. Mm-mm, mm-mm. It should not take a lot of work to maintain your sanity. It should not take a lot of work, even your own personal work. If you really doing your work, I mean, you can be working a lot. You could be working hard, but it's not draining to you. It should, if something, let me give you what I gave the inner circle the other day. I think this was our mindset Monday. It was good. You use responsibility as an excuse to be unhappy. That's how I took my power back. I stopped using responsibility as an excuse to be unhappy. I hid behind roles. Look, life is not about being happy, is what I told myself. See, that was my daily affirmation. That's the only thing that could keep me going. Life is not about you tough. Okay? You can endure, they can't. You strong, they not. They simple, you not. Right? That's what I said. And I reinforced that. Life is not about being happy. Life is not about being happy because you got a job to do. And if anybody can say anything about you, you can get the job done. I hid behind responsibility. That's how I gave my power away, huh? That's how I gave my power away. Not good. Rolanda said, damn, everything and everyone you allowed to make you think you lost it. There you go. There you go. There you go. On that positive, oh, I like that. 365. Speak life over yourself. Pour more back into yourself. And this is what I'm saying, right? I think somebody that just joined the mindset group said, it might have been JoJo. But for the most part, I'm pretty on point, right? I don't, you know, I'm pretty good with where I be with my mind. She said, but it's been different when I got in here, once I got in the group, because I'm checking my storytelling. It's a narrative that's playing. All of life is a story, whether you know that or not. It's infinite stories. Which one is playing out? What happens when you're not aware? Maybe I should have started there with the whole idea of taking your power back. I really did develop or heighten my own awareness. That's what turning my attention to myself. I didn't know nothing about taking no power back. That language didn't even register in my mind. I just said, focus on yourself, Brooke. Be the best that you can be. You cannot get it wrong by just dialing in on you, making sure you on point with your thoughts. Now, I thought I was, but guess what? The loser shit was still running underneath the surface. I didn't know that because I lacked awareness. The moment I became aware, though, anybody that personally know me, I might have played a fool for a little bit or two, but the moment I become aware of it, I changes are made. I'm drastic. I'm a jump right off the ledge. Like, well, I'm gone. I'm not a big planner in that regard. Once I know, now when I don't know, I don't know. So just heightening that awareness with yourself by being disobedient, but our awareness, yeah. What's up, UK? Is it better to be selfish than putting yourself first? Yes. 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 Anybody tell you you shouldn't be selfish? Don't listen to them. Don't listen to them. Don't listen to them. I'll just tell you. Don't putting yourself first. I should say, yeah, you got to put yourself first. How can you feed anybody else? You put the oxygen mask on your own face first. And I'm gonna tell you why you do that. When the good book says it's more blessed to give than to receive. I mean, I thought I understood what that meant. It made sense, right? It's better to be a giver. But we could take it a step further. What is really being said here? In order to give it, I got to have it. In order to give it, I have to have it. So it's more blessed to give than to receive because the receiving is just one way. It's just the giving is two-way, right? Not only do I have it myself, I then can do this, but I lose nothing. See, a receiver, just to receive, you know, I don't have to have. Think about what a receiver is. If I say I'm going to make you the grand prize winner of, I don't know, a Project Rook all expense paid trip. I don't know. You're the receiver. What does that mean? You don't have it. I have it. You don't have it. You're the receiver. The giver is the one who has it. That probably was a terrible analogy there. That probably was a terrible example. Doesn't matter. The giver, I have to have it before I can give it. That's why it's more blessed to give than to receive, because I cannot give what I don't have. And so where we see burnout, where you see the discord is happening across relationships, where it looks like women are pulling back and they're saying, no, I don't want to do all that. I shouldn't have to do all that. Do it yourself, nigga. And then you see the men who are pulling back. Oh, I shouldn't have to pay for that. I shouldn't have to do that. I shouldn't have to do that. Do it yourself, helper, since you're so independent. What you see is the result of people who ain't got it, meaning they are empty. They're moving by way of the flesh. This is essentially living in sin as well. This is you being operating from this mind, the physical mind. It's draining. It runs out. See, I don't care how dutiful you are. If your heart ain't in it, you're going to resent it at a certain point. And at a certain point, that resentment going to turn to anger. I'm going to tell you that right now. I don't care how dutiful you are, even as a man. See, there's a lot of men who have no problem providing at all. In many different ways, looks many different ways. But when he ain't doing it from the heart, he start to count the costs. Bitch is spending money absolutely every time. She still want to go somewhere. You can always tell when men are angry. It's like, why you so angry? Why you so angry? A man who moving from the heart, like that's his desire, it's his nature. Anytime what's natural to you no longer feels natural, something is out of order. A woman giving and nurturing is her nature. So when that no longer feels natural to her, something is out of order. Something's out of order. So you got to feed self. I got to be full here. So when I give of you, that's no big deal. I can serve from the heart, right? Because I serve me first. So I don't feel like I'm losing anything, right? And then when I look at you as me, then double back. I'm serving me again because I see you as me. So when I give, it's the same thing in any capacity. When I take care of you, right? I look at you through the eyes of God. That I'm taking care of me as I take care of you. It never runs out, and I'm constantly refilled. When you try to operate on being a good person while you're empty on the inside, what does that really mean? When you're not aware of being that already within yourself, you're going to hate it. You're going to turn angry. You're going to turn resentful. This is what we're seeing an example of. Rolanda said, I don't comfort victims anymore. Victims and villains are the same in my eyes. I don't want either around me. Well, was reading A Course in Miracles life changing for you? If so, how? I haven't even finished it. When I tell you this thing here, I just Course in Miracles. Oh, we'll dive into it some more. We'll dive. I don't even know. Did I have I dived into? I think I dived into a little bit. How so? It's not that I don't know if I'd say it's life changing, right? I think I read it when I was ready to read it. I've read different stories of people who got the book, never read it for many years. Maybe somebody gifted it to them. They wanted to buy it, just never felt the urge to read it. I read accounts where people started to read it and were disgusted. They thought it was blasphemy. It didn't make any sense. They put it down, came back to it, was led back to it many years later. I think I bought it in 2020. I don't know, 2024, 2023. I think I bought it 2023. I didn't read it until I think I worked like the first couple of pages, but I got so many books and I just be going through different, depending on what I feel led to read. So I just never felt led to read it until a year later. And that's when I started diving through it. I probably have read like half of it. And the way I have read it, I haven't followed a sequence. I open it. And wherever I open it, that's where I read. Or I flip through it and it's like, oh, okay. And I just land there. That's how I read it. So I don't know if I would frame it like it's life changing. What I will say is that it speaks to me. That's what I need right now. Things that speak to me. That's what I'm attracted to. People that speak to me, words that speak to me. Again, me out today looking at the flowers and me finding two flowers that I've seen one of these flowers for years. I mean, for years. It's a little bush. I think it's called it's some type of azalea. But I didn't know that it was symbolic of elegance and riches and family. That's what it said. And then when I looked up, lights out, nigga. Then when I looked up the other little buttercup one, that represented riches, right? Like, and I just laughed. I laughed because it's like, oh God, it's bright. I was like, of course it represents that. What? Of course it does. So it's a again, as I'm continuing to dive through it, what I'm liking about it the most is that hidden part of me, that's what it speaks to. It speaks to the soul. So I feel like I'm reading to me, about me, from me, if that makes sense. So that's how I would frame it. I think I don't even know how I would describe it. What would you describe that book as? Like it's kind of like a a footnote of the Bible, so to speak, but it's not in story form like the Bible. You know what I'm saying? It's here's what I love most about it. I like most that the woman who was led to write it, right? She channeled this. She was an atheist. I love that so much. We needed it. See, to me, it wouldn't be as impactful, right? I mean, for me, reading it probably would, but just the average, just putting the whole story together, it's like, okay, she was an atheist. She felt called. Something in her said, write this down. And this went on for a period of 7 years, where and I can't think of the guy's name. They were both, what were they? They worked at some college. They were psychoanalysts, I believe, or they in what was their background? I can't remember. I be remembering, then I forget, then I remember. No, Root, you can remember anything you want to remember. That is true. That is true. That is true. Let me see. I can't remember the college. It was some college, but anyway, her here it is. Helen, that's her name. Helen Schuckman, and then William Thetford. So they were professors of medical psychology at Columbia University. They didn't even like each other. Like, just, in a professional setting, they just kind of beef with each other. Um this is how she described it. She said, psychologist, educator, conservative in theory, and atheist in belief. I was working in a prestigious and highly academic setting, and then something happened that triggered a chain of events I could never have predicted. The head of my department unexpectedly announced that he was tired of the angry and aggressive feelings our attitudes reflected, and concluded there must be another way. And as if on cue, I agreed to help him find it. Apparently, this course is the other way. And she goes on, and this was in the 70s, and she goes on to say how he began to document and transcribe what she was saying. They had many sessions together. And even according to what I've read, is that even at her death, she didn't come into understanding it, really. Be open. You never know. You never know what's seeking expression through you. So I think it gives us another, I think how would I don't know how I would explain it. Like Christ consciousness, unity consciousness, oneness, um, peace. I think that's what it says it started off with. And I think that's what she said. The first thing that she heard was, um, nothing real can be threatened. Nothing unreal exists. Herein lies the peace of God. That's it. That's it. So I think they did phenomenal work. And what I like is that I know it wasn't tainted. It wasn't tainted by somebody's ego, because she didn't even believe in any of it. It had to be her. See, somebody with a religious background, that there's bias. So you get somebody that don't even believe in this, and you channel this man, that's, I love it. So I think it's inspiring. I think it feeds me. Yeah. And I think it speaks to aspects of me that other things do not, if I could word it that way. Rolanda said, I used to think my mom and me were besties until I realized I was my mom's therapist. She told me everything as a child, and as an adult, I told her, Mom, I am not your therapist. No trauma dumping. Wow, that's interesting. You must felt very safe for her. You must felt like, because you got to think, for somebody to open up to you, they must feel comfortable with you. They must feel familiar. They must feel, not saying that you were supposed to take that on, right? Even especially as a child, but um yeah, she saw that aspect of you that allowed her guard to come down. being selfish made my life way better. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? The great commandment to love your neighbor as yourself. How can you do that if you don't love yourself first? Yeah, everything is me. My neighbor can only give me back what I give me. Matter of fact, my neighbor can't even think anything other than what I think. So when you say, "Yeah, I think she was hating on me." No, you think that she hating on you. And because she reflects your awareness, then now, yeah, she thinking that because you thinking that. Because you can revise that. You can rewrite it. You can diffuse any situation that way. That's what power is, in my opinion. Who has been your greatest teacher? Mm, wow. um I've had many. I've had many. I want to say myself, uh, but I've certainly created other people that have been. My mother has been a great teacher. My daughter has been a great teacher. Um, my last relationship was a great teacher. All of them have taught me different things, have opened me up. This is why I don't advise so much seclusion, right? I don't advise so much. And I kind of feel a little hypocritical as I hear myself say that. I'm like, not the queen of seclusion saying. But what I mean by that is like live and have experiences. There's this idea that somebody is trying to peddle that you're supposed to have it all figured out and that you just wait until it's all perfect. You have to have just the ideal perfect person, and don't entertain nothing else before that. Don't Everything has to be just cookie cutter this. And I don't that ain't my experience with life. I thought about it the other day. Like all of my dirty stuff, all of the junk, right? All of the stains. That's what has got to this version right here. I can't do nothing but appreciate that. Yeah. I can't do nothing but appreciate that. So personal relationships they have been really when I think about my daughter, the idea of letting go, I think my mother taught me compassion. Um, I think she taught me understanding. I think that's why I created her role because you created all these people. You've created roles for them, right? I think my daughter taught me love. I was unclear on what that word meant, right? I think maybe I should say she started that process. It was a blossoming, right? Some other pieces have fallen in place, um but she definitely taught me that love wasn't binding, love was free. Yeah. In freeing her, I helped free myself, right? Because sometimes as a parent, you're holding too tight. Sometimes as a parent, you're hiding. Like you're trying to create a safety net for yourself through them. So their success, you're tying your success to their success and you're making them the same. And then you're holding them to certain things that you should hold yourself to. But that was the first lesson, and that was if you say the greatest teacher, I don't know, that one cracked me open. That was a beautiful yet devastating experience. Just some of the things that we experienced together was earth shattering at certain periods. And then I had to learn that people don't belong to you. You cannot take possession of people. That's not your role. And um what truly is yours, you can't lose. Yeah, they are, ain't they? Alchemist said the chat is asking good questions tonight. I love it. Yeah, they own it. The best attracts the best. You know what I'm saying? The best attracts the best. Yes, it's a long, lifelong reading from what I heard. Yeah, yeah. Cause I'm even now, when I open it, I got a lot of things that I've like underlined. So sometimes I'll come back to those same things. I can tell the parts that I haven't read because the pages are still white. And they don't have any lines on it. So it's yeah. That's why I said I kind of put it like a footnote, maybe, sorta, to like the Bible, but not exactly. I don't want to limit it to that because I don't want to make it because I don't, even though it uses some of the terminologies of the Son, the Father, God, things like that. I think that kind of constricts it a little bit, but definitely it's enough in there that we can explore for the next 10 years at minimum. What's up, Final? Just see it. Shout out to Just See It for the super chat. I appreciate you. Love from Texas. I see you doing the Pocahontas thing. Yeah, I was in a mood for pigtails today. What's up, Mets? Sometimes you gotta have boundaries, right? Especially if their natural state or response is trauma bonding. Yeah, that's another thing I had to learn. Boundaries. Yeah, sucked at that. Sucked at that. Really. I'm gonna tell you right now, I still, with certain, certain people, I have to check myself that I'm not pitying people, because then I sin when I do that. I'm not looking through the eyes of God when I do that. When I pity you, I see you less than what you are. And I got to check myself when I do that. That's when I fall from grace, right? That's me being in heaven, being kicked out. Like, okay, no. So I have to check me pitying people. And sometimes I allow people to cross boundaries because I'm kind of pitying them, right? Like, oh, they don't have anybody. Oh, they need someone to listen to them. Oh, and I got to check that. I got to check that. Most parents say their children teach them unconditional love. Yes, yes. And that was the lesson. Um, it was just, I haven't talked about that period, and maybe at some point, I will. I've just been mindful about it, when I start speaking about things that involve other people, the way I want to go about doing that. Um, and I will probably have a conversation, and I already know what she's gonna say. She okay. But it was I'm gonna tell you, there was a period of my life I don't know how I survived, honestly. I I don't. I don't. It was a blur. That's how I know the mind is amazing because you can compartmentalize. You can shove stuff over here and still keep going, and nobody knows it but you. Nobody knows it with you. No, nobody knows what's going on underneath the surface. They think you so this and that, and yeah, yeah, yeah. Met said, "Me too, still working on it." But yeah, that definitely was the unconditional love piece. The understanding that I shared this in the group. It was a video that I had watched of Maya Angelou. She was talking about her experience with her mother, and I needed to hear those. It was something about those words at that time because I got dropped again every so often. I got these periods in life where I felt like I could get dropped right in the middle of a fork in the road, and it's nothing around me. It's a visual. It's like a desert. There's nothing around me, and I got to figure out what do I do now. The road that I was going, the path that I was traveling, has ended, and I got to either go left or right. And I don't know. I don't know. There's nothing that will give me an indication that I should go either way. That it was one of those moments where the life as I've known it is now collapsing. What do I do now? And it becomes a good lesson for parents because a lot of parents build their life around their child, and you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that. Trusting God, what does that even mean? What does that even mean? See, it sounds good in theory, but when you get in those moments, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Because you got to do something. So I like better the trusting in myself. What gets you lost is when you lose yourself. As long as you got yourself, you always know where to go. Yeah, I'll go with the idea of trusting in God if trusting is in my own awareness, I guess. But at that point, I was aware of suffering, so I can't trust in that at that moment. I was aware that things had collapsed, so I can't trust in that. I was aware that you see, the God is whatever you say it is. Isn't that what Isaiah 45:6 told us? Oops. That's it's you that's determining that based on what you're aware of. That's why the book continues to say, answer. What do you see? Who do you say I am? Right? Pray and ask God to guide and he will. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I think if that applies to you, because I don't know who him is, and then I don't know what asking is. What am I praying? I gotta wait for somebody else to show up? Is that me waiting on some other force to do something? Been there, done that. Done. Don't like it. Don't that no doesn't work for me. Now, if that works for you, rock with it. I'm not trying to sway you one way or the other. I'm not trying to sway you one way or the other. Because me knowing that the Lord is me, the Lord is my mind, is what I'm aware of. So when the good book says, I form the light and create darkness, I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. Now, why in the world, if I'm believing that the Lord is outside of me, why would some outside great, wonderful force be creating darkness and evil? Why would they be doing that? Hmm. Suspicious. Very suspicious. Very suspicious. You can ride with the beliefs you got until you can't ride with them no more. So if your beliefs sustain you, then go with it. Go with it. Perhaps. Maybe that works. Maybe that's how it works. I don't know. Once you get to a breaking point, and I know a lot of people haven't gotten to their breaking point. So when you get to your breaking point, your mind is it's gonna break on you. It's gonna collapse. Everything you think you know, it's gonna come to an end. It's gonna be done. You will not be able to sustain on you will know. I'm not talking from speculation here. Just telling you. Because there is good and evil. Why? Why would the Lord create evil? Why would he do that? Why would the Lord create evil? Why would the Lord want you to not be evil, to avoid evil, to not participate in evil, but then he created it? Why would he do that? Is he bored? He just messing with humans? Why would he do that? Why would he give you a desire to participate in things that are considered evil? He created you in his image, then made you lustful. Why? Why would he design you that way? If this is a he that we're talking about, some he being, I don't even know how a god could have a gender anyway, but whatever. You see what I'm saying? You got to go deeper than that. You got to go beyond the surface. Unless whatever you're doing is working, and if whatever you're doing is working, then um yeah. Hey, listen, grab your Bibles and go with me. Yeah, let's, it's a good Bible time. Let's go. So let me give you something real quick. Let me give you some good words from the good Jesus. Is the good Jesus himself. Let's see what he has to say. Ah, I think my niece went to Sunday school and told them that her aunt said that hell wasn't real. Boy, I know that was fun. Boy, I know that was fun. Uh, let's see if I can find it real quick. Yeah, grab your Bibles and go with me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. See, I can back up what I'm saying. See, I don't speculate. I can back up. It ain't nothing that I say that I can't back up with the book. See, I take the books and beat you with it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm gonna take your book and beat you with it. Yep, yep. Where's my where did we say? That's what I learned about church folks. They don't actually listen to what Jesus said. Because if they did, they wouldn't still be stuck. They wouldn't still be saying and doing the same stupid stuff they doing. If they actually it's outlined. You ain't got to guess. It's right there. You ain't even got to go and get the Gnostic gospels. You don't even need to do that. You don't need the apocalyptic gospels. I mean, scriptures. You don't need none of that. It's right there. It's right there. So you find what you want to find. hmm Whatever you look for. It's madness. It makes absolutely no sense. No, it makes sense. You have to know how to read it. So you have to understand the four senses of scripture. Okay. Most people stop at number one. Number one is the literal sense. That means I just read the story. I'm reading the story as it is. Okay. You got to go beyond that. You have to go to the allegorical or the symbolic. That says there are some symbols here. See, step one says I read the story. Step two says I understand the story. But I got to know what the symbols are and I got to know how to decode the symbols. Ah, step three. Step three, we go moral, right? So there is this deeper meaning of how I should live. I read the story, I understand the story, right? Read it, understand it. Now I live it, right? It tells you, pray this way. It says meditate on the word day and night. Okay, I live that in practice. That's the doing. Step four, though, what's called the anagogical, or what's AKA spiritual, AKA mystical. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We go even deeper. What does that mean? I read it, I understood it, I lived it, now I become it. I am it. I am it. So I am reading this knowing that this story is about me, written by me, not you, John, Sally, Travis, Tashina. No, you as the father, you as awareness. Now, if that doesn't make any sense, you have to sit with these concepts. You have to sit with these ideas. Everything makes sense to the mind that can understand it. It's like right now, if somebody come in here and they started talking German. Of course you don't understand it. Because you don't understand it. Don't make no sense to you. Sounds stupid. Sound like madness. Somebody came in here and started doing some sort of, I don't know, advanced calculus. That probably would seem stupid too. Not to a person that understands it. God's will is to prosper and be in good health. All other things don't matter. Mm, God's to prosper and be in good health. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad. Again, I don't understand the beef with it though. I take whatever parts you like. I just don't understand the beef with it. It should be no anger. It should be no frustration. It should be you should either be neutral or you should feel good about it. Just because other people have taken it and misinterpreted it, right? Just because other people have taken it and justified doing all sorts of wicked nonsense. Well, that we can say that with everything. People have taken Disney. People have taken cartoons and done wicked stuff with it. But name one thing. People have taken the idea of cleansing their body and took it to the extent where they started drinking their own piss. That's what humans do. That's what humans do. We don't what they got to do with me? I ain't got nothing to do with that. The identity is an expression of consciousness. That's all they're talking about. The book is about your own awareness, your own consciousness. That's all it's talking about. I don't hold on. I know where we go here. Where is it? Where is it Matthew? I know it's in Matthew. Mm-hmm. 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 But it's all laid out. It's all laid out. If you want to. See, if you want to know what's going on, you'll ask. Seeking, you will find. Asking, you will receive. Knocking, the door will be open. Most people are just interested in staying angry. It's stupid. It's dumb. It's nonsense. That's fine. Not whatever you like. Okay. Okay, let me go back. Mm-mm. Let me go back. Let me go back. Mm-mm-mm. All right, here we go. Here we go. Matthew 13 and 11. The knowledge of the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven has been given to you, but not to them. Luke 8 and 10 says, He replied, The knowledge of the mysteries of the kingdom has been given to you, but to others I speak in parables, so that though seeing, they may not see, though hearing, they may not understand. See, it's a certain ear, there's a certain eye. He's telling you I'm speaking in parables. I don't know what else you need to know. It's not literal. He's telling you I'm speaking in parables for those who don't understand, for those who don't have the eye to see. They're blind. The veil is over their eyes, which means consciously they're in the dark. They're still operating from the limited mind. Yeah, we're still here. You understand? Let's see. What was the other one? There's another one. 1 Corinthians 2, 7 and 10. So, no, we speak of the mysteries and hidden wisdom of God, which He destined for our glory before time began. None of the rulers of this age understood it. The rulers, he's talking about the limitations of the conscious mind. When you try to logically understand, when you try to use reason to understand, this mind is going to reject it. For if they had, they would not have crucified the Lord of glory. Rather, as it is written, no eye has seen, nor ear has heard, nor heart has imagined what God has prepared for those who love him. Why would God need your love? Why would a physical, it ain't even physical. It doesn't even make sense every time you try to make sense of it. Like, why would this, whatever it is that you're calling, right? Something in the sky. Why would it need your love? That's what you need as a human. That's what your ego needs. Your ego needs to feel loved. It needs to feel appreciated. It needs to feel honored. It needs to feel respected. Why would some divine being, unless it needs you to praise it? Why? Will it get off on that? What does it need to be praised for? In the general sense of things. It doesn't make any sense. Unless your God has an ego. Yeah, I'm a jealous God. A jealous God? Really? So God now has human characteristics. God now has an ego. Unless, unless, unless it's telling you the God is you. Is your mind silly? Cut it out. Cut it out. Cut it out. And when it says praise, the only praise definition, meaning, it means to acknowledge. It's telling you take this conscious mind that seems to look at things in a limited perspective, that seems to judge by how things look in the physical world. You take that mind and praise me. Who is the me? The higher, the glory, the good. You take that logical thought and acknowledge the higher. That's what praise means. It means to acknowledge the higher. Nobody needs your funky praise. That don't make no sense. Nobody need get up off of your knees. And if you are gonna get on your knees, do it just because you like getting on your knees. How make thing right? Which you okay? I don't understand that. Rolanda said, "You're right. I just see the damage the church has done to my family. Same. We all do. We all got the same story. However, the Bible still is the best book ever written. So much beautiful knowledge in it. It's all outlined. And I don't say people should or shouldn't read it. What I do say is if you already got the wiring because you have spent a considerable amount of time there, right? You already, especially from childhood, you got the wiring, baby, whether you like it or not. That religious wiring is up in there. I'm just saying I'd redefine it. If you think that you have left the church just because you left the church, let me tell you, you are wrong. And your actions prove it. Your behavior prove it. So it's an act of running. Now you didn't leave. You try to run. And whatever you try to run from, you're gonna run right into. Oof, that's a word. So I would reevaluate what is it that I've taken in about these concepts, about how I see myself, about how I see life, about how I see a higher being. Okay. Let me get some rewiring going on here so that I'm no longer a slave to this. Just getting mad and leaving something, you ain't proved nothing. Cause that Jesus, you're gonna look for that Jesus somewhere else. You're gonna look for that God somewhere else. You ain't gotta take my word for it. You just trust me, it's gonna play out. Who loves him means who love himself or herself. Yeah, which means just it's an acknowledgement. That's all it is. It's you just have to acknowledge you as love, you as power, you as the knower, you as the source. That takes awareness. And sometimes you have to develop that awareness. And you develop that awareness by putting your attention on it, putting your attention on it again, 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 again. And you practice the practice until it's no longer practice. Ta-da. Uh full spirit with light as beginning. No, I don't fall short. No, I'm not gonna say I fall short. See, I'm done with all that type of phrasing, all that type of terminology. No, I don't fall short. I'm not saying I fall short. I'm not saying that I'm nothing. I'm not saying that I'm just a speck. Y'all be saying stuff like, you're just a small speck. You're insignificant. No, you insignificant. No, I'm the center of everything. There's nothing but me. That's what you should meditate on. It's nothing but me. There's nothing here but me. This is the projection of me and what I'm aware of. So if you're aware that you grew up in the struggle and you grew up in pain and you grew up in poverty, if that's your awareness that that's how life works, that's what you continue to see for the rest of your life. I have examples. I have examples. I've grown up around all sorts of people. Some people ventured out and did things. Some people didn't. Some people like we all started at that one place. It depends on wherever you are here. This is why ideas can be powerful. Suggestions can be powerful. You must listen to suggestions of power so that you can say, hmm, damn. That's what being really inspired is. It's in spirit. Put that in your spirit. You be in spirit. right? Be in the idea of the higher. That's the way I look at it. Be in the idea of the higher. So it ain't nothing that's too much for me. Like I'm not where I am now, I can't even imagine how I'm gonna be talking in a couple months. I can't even imagine how I'm gonna be speaking in just like at the end of the year next year. Cause I'm just, it's a shedding that's happening. A shedding. There are no limitations. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. I'm not gonna get just a piece of the pie. I am the pie. The hell you talking about? Doesn't make any sense. What do you every time you try to give me an example that life is just this way, I got 1,000 examples that it's not. And I don't need worldly examples. Is this all I need? This is the only proof I need. This is it. Once I can see, that's the proof. Done. Done. Have you ever noticed people always say, oh my God, whether it's good or bad, or if it's funny or sad, people always reach for God even if they don't think they believe in Him? Yeah, it's embedded. It's embedded in it's embedded in the collective consciousness. It's just your awareness. It's like a lot of people say Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. People say a lot of things. It's the saying. It's what people are used to. It's in the lexicon. Say, what do you, it doesn't prove anything to me, is what I'm saying. You say a lot of things. People say, what's another popular one? I don't know. Why do you need to believe in him? That's the question I wonder. Why do you need to believe in him? You don't believe in Jesus. You believe as Jesus. If you really, 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 really like the idea of this figure, why won't you illustrate? Why won't you demonstrate? He said, these works that I've done, not only will you do them, you will do greater. Show and prove, nigga. Start telling me about what nobody believe in. I don't care about nobody beliefs. Show me how you doing. Not only what the story says he did, but even greater. That's the only thing I'm interested in. That's what I want to see. I don't care about what nobody believe in. Who cares about your funky beliefs? What have your beliefs done for you lately? Tell me. Did it reverse illness in your body? Did it reverse illness in your mama body? Why you ain't do that? Huh? Ain't Jesus in you? Then put it to work. Stop talking to me about no, y'all want feel good stuff. I don't care about no feel good. Why aren't you making a difference? Why don't you look different? Why don't your family look different? Why don't your surroundings look different? Why? Then you just telling me just some mess. It's storytelling. And it ain't even good stories. Don't care about no beliefs. All right, here we go. Okay, all right, cause let me see. We can get you out of here, bro. Appreciate you, Ivan. I moved across country thinking I was chasing my dreams, but I was really running from my childhood and I thought I was free, but them problems reappeared and I still had to slay them demons. Yeah. You gotta interrupt. You gotta interrupt the story. You gotta start telling a new story. And that's what I would do. I would just start telling a new story. I would just go crazy with myself. Even if I didn't know, because sometimes you don't know where to start. You're like, I don't know. Like you need awareness. When you say you realize you was running, that takes a level of awareness. Let's say people don't have that level of awareness. So where would you start? What would you do? I just start telling myself a new story. I'm gonna start there. I'm gonna start there. At any point in time that I start to recognize some other things in the midst, I'll address that when it come up. Until then, I'm just telling a new story. That's it. This is what's true for me. I'm all powerful. I'm all amazing. I'm the greatest person who ever lived. I get whatever I want. I do whatever I want. I have no limitations. Of course, I'm healthy. Of course, I'm loved. Of course, I'm chosen. I'd always choose myself. There is nothing great that I see in somebody else that is not also in me. Everything good I see is a reflection of me. I don't care what nobody else is talking about. They are losers. Yeah, I'm saying sometimes you got to get in the ego. You do just whatever you got to do. There ain't no rules. See when you talking to yourself. I'm not like that. Anything that looks like stuck, limited, sick, broke, I'm not like that. I'm not like that. What do you mean that you are the pie? Is it because you are the creator of your own universe? I'm saying I'm aware that I'm everything. That's how I see life. I am everything. So I don't need a piece of the pie. It's like I don't need anything. Some people it's not a right or wrong. Some people put down God and it's like, "Oh, okay, no, it's the universe giving me this." Okay, that's one way to look at it. I look at it like I am the universe. I don't I'm not looking at it as me separate from it. Cause it puts me here and it puts the thing here. That's a gap. That's time and space. I close the gap. Time and space is a matter of perspective. That's an illusion. So I am the universe. So who would I be asking for anything? So I'm not praying to anybody other than myself. I'm talking to me because I'm aware that it's me. I'm aware that everything is streaming out of me, that is pouring out of me. It's streaming from me. It's a reflection of me. You see? So that's what I mean when I say it. And whatever works, say it however it makes sense to you. Can't get it wrong. See? It's good. Everybody's right. He never said to worship or praise him, nor did he say start a religion calling yourself a Christian. That is true. That is true. That is true. There is no in between. You either say yes, you are. You say no, I'm a true believer of that, and I refuse to be in the middle. That's how I live my life. I like that. I like that. I ain't got no problem with it. I ain't no true believer. I'm not. I'm a true knower. I'm a knower. I used to be a believer. No, I'm a knower. I know. I know. I know I have to wait for nothing. I know that. I know that. I know there is no delay. I know that nothing that I could see is separate from me. I know that I don't ask of anything from nobody. I know that. I know that as I think, so I am. I know that. I know I'm the one in control. You see what I'm saying? I know that. And what you do is you do that through demonstration. See, the believing, see, that's playing it safe. See, you ain't really got to do nothing. See, it don't require you to do nothing, right? You just say, oh yeah, yeah. I believe I can fly. Okay, do it. Don't talk me to death. I believe I'm protected. Okay, cool. Go get it in. Why you got that condom on? Too far, Rook. Too far. I'm just saying. Thought you said you protected. Hmm? Huh? Which one is it? Double-minded man is unstable in all his ways, so you can say whatever you want to say, but when you're not aware of what it is that you're saying, it don't matter. And that's what our lovely religious friends have given us. Example after example after example. They believe a lot of things. They believe that God is their provider, but yet they're broke. They believe that God is a healer, but guess what? They never get healed. See, believing, I guess, friend, if it makes you, it's what did the good brother say? Let me go back to what did my good brother say? What he said was, he said it's like, dang, it was so good. Oh, crack. Yeah. Yeah. Dr. Phil Valentine said Christianity is like crack for the mind and the soul. It's crack. It's a hit. Make you feel good. But you gotta keep coming back. Can never stand on your own. You never enough. Don't you find that suspicious? Why you never enough? Hmm. eh. Jim said, I've been scrolling for content. Now I see something different. Thank you. I see you are a strong woman and you live life how you want. Don't care. You probably a Sigma woman. I don't know. Appreciate you though. It's like the Super Bowl. You are all the players, the coaches, the fans, the football, the referees, the concession stands. Yes. Yes. You got to sit with this, man. You have to sit with this. This is the meditate on the word day and night. This is what it means. It means bring it to mind. You cannot think. I don't like phrasing it this way, but we're going to go here. That you have spent your entire life putting your attention on this one thing, believing one thing in one way. You have been instructing this filtering mind to only dial in on this one thing. And now you decide to course correct and think, "Ooh, now I'm not gonna say that it can." Like there's a part of me that's like, well, I don't want to say that it can be instant. I think anything can be instant. But why would you want it to be? I think if it was instant, you lose your mind. I think the reason that time does serve a purpose is that it sometimes is a gradual progression so that the mind can easily release so that it's not so abrupt. We hear stories of people going crazy, having spiritual psychosis, where the mind shifts so rapidly, they become aware of things so rapidly, faster than the mind can catch up. You no longer, like, you literally lose your footing on this planet. Like, you don't know if you coming. Do you understand what that's like? And I've experienced it to some degree. I think the only thing that really helped me was I'd already been in the game for quite a bit. So I had a good level of understanding. It still rocked me though. When you literally don't know whether you coming or whether you going, you don't know what's right or wrong, you don't know what's true or not, you don't know. Oh, it will, yeah. And again, that's me having a level of understanding. So the people that I've heard tell stories about different spiritual awakenings, Kundalini experiences, Kundalini, however you pronounce it, that didn't have no spiritual understanding. You just know you're going crazy and you don't know what's happening to your body. Your mind is spiraling out of control. You don't have no techniques to step in and guide it and do this or that. No. So I think it's good. I think everything works exactly the way it needs to work for this human experience. But if it draws you, if it calls you, you got the answer. You got the answer. You got to figure out why you got those questions. That's your job. That's your task because the question came to you. So you have to sit with these concepts. What is the idea that I am God? What does that mean? Since we talking about, y'all was talking about, whoever was talking about Jesus, did I not say that ye are gods? Said it. What was that? What was that? Let's pull it up. I think it's John 10 and 34, if I'm not mistaken. There's also in Psalms, there's a verse. Well, I it's so frustrating because I'd be like, what are y'all reading? What are y'all reading? It's right there. He told you. If that's what you following, you said you're following that. I don't know. It's the contradictions that get on my nerves. Yeah, here we go. Um, I have said. So you can go Old Testament. Some people don't like Old Testament, but it's Old Testament and New Testament. So it was the John 10:34, but also in the Old Testament, Deuteronomy 6 and 16. I have said you are gods. All of you are children of the Most High. How can I be out of order? I'm just repeating what it say. Have you figured out your personality type, your intellectual, and question all? I respect that. No, no, I don't really care about any of that type of stuff. It's just not of use to me. Not against it. I just don't have no use to get into it. Sharon said people pick and choose what Bible verses they want to follow. Exactly. And that's my whole point. So when people get triggered by things, that's your number one indicator to yourself. Why is this triggering me? See, the truth, like, a lie shouldn't trigger you. A lie shouldn't trigger you. It's a lie. Like if I called you stupid and you knew, like, nigga, do you understand, girl? I'm the top of the top. I'm this or that. That's not a trigger for you unless a part of you feels stupid. See, a part of you got to come into agreement with what I'm saying for it to trigger you. Boom, 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 bang, boom. Okay? You got to check yourself on that. They definitely don't talk about that one. No. No, you don't hear. I've never. And I spent years. I have gone to multiple churches. I have visited. I have like, and here's the thing. When you go in John 34, do you know what they were charging Jesus with? You know what they was blaming him for? You know what they were saying he was guilty of? Blasphemy. These niggas don't rock with Jesus. If there was a figure that existed that came back right now as a Jesus and was doing what was is being described in this book, please, they crucify him again. Again. I told my mother that them church people sitting in church 50 years still broke, sick, overweight, and unhealthy, but they saved though, including the pastor, starting with the pastor. Yeah, starting with the pastor. Bobby Hemmett repeated a lot that ye are gods. Yep, he did. I and me and my father are one. Yep, we are actually God, and that's meant to be taken literally. Facts. It's all there. It's all there. We could go bar for bar, right? We could go bar for bar. I got one. The lamp of the body is the eye. If therefore thy eye be single, the eye be single, the eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. What is light? Consciousness. It's telling you got to go beyond these two eyes. You have to go beyond the two eyes to be full of light. To evolve consciously, you got to go beyond the two eyes. It's telling you right there. It's telling you right there. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it's all there, friends. I was trying to find. I had some other bangers I was trying to sift through. If you want to know, you'll know. If you want to know, you'll know. The pineal gland, yeah, right there. How's it in this book that was written how many years ago? The dots already there. They connected them already. They don't talk about those verses because if benefit, they benefit from people's ignorance. I think it's more than that. I think they don't understand it. So you can't talk about what you can't explain. So I think genuinely there are pastors that avoid that because they cannot explain it. That's why there's only a good about I'm being generous to say 15 to 20 sermons that the same pastors, the same stories, the same books, the same chapters that's repeated. You got Jonah, you got Noah's Ark, you got Adam and Eve, you got obviously the crucifixion, the woman with the issue of blood, you got the man at the pool of Bethesda, you got like you have these major themes. Outside of that, you don't hear no other stories. How many pages? You think those are the only stories in that book? No, that's the only stories that we can make sense of literally. And you really can't make sense of them literally because Jonah got swollen. What's the word? Swallowed. Swallowed by a whale. Yeah, David and Goliath. Yeah. How in the world did he survive that? That don't make no sense. We have a talking serpent. That don't make no sense. So it's a reason why those same stories are generated over and over and over and over and over and freaking over again. Because those are the only ones. Here's one of my favorite for all of you. Luke 10:23 and 24. Blessed are the eyes that see the things that you see. You must see your ability to see as a blessing. You must see your ability to ask questions, to want to know why, to desire more as a gift, because you can see what many people can't. It goes on to say, for I tell you that many prophets and kings have desired to see those things which you see. Some of you see more than pastors see. That's crazy. The so called prophets. He says, many of them have desired to see those things which you see and have not seen them. And they desire to hear those things which you hear and have not heard them. You got to take that and run with it. You got to take it and run with it. It's a reason that this is coming up for me. It's a reason that I am able to receive certain messages. It's a reason that the question mark is even coming up. Oh, here we got one. Acts 26 and 18, to make their eyes open, turning them from the dark to the light. I got to turn you from the world of the illusion. I got to bring your eye out of the dark side. Bruh. I got to bring I got to bring your your eye out of the dark side to the light, and from the power of Satan to God. That's what people are fueling. Why people are suffering from their own sins is because you're fueling Satan. You're fueling the idea of less than. You're fueling the idea that you live in a dangerous world, that you live in a world where there's not enough and that there's always struggle. You are doing that. You must take your eye from Satan to God, to the highest, so that they may have forgiveness of sins. What does forgiveness of sins mean? Forgiveness means to have a change in mind. Okay. I'm having a change in mind because sins just mean error in thinking. I got some perspective going on in my mind that works against me, and a heritage among those who are made holy by the faith in me. It doesn't matter what verse we read, it's all talking about your perspective. It's all talking about evolving, resurrecting your own awareness. That's all it's talking about. Oh, this is so good. Oh, this is Isaiah 6 and 10. It says, dull the minds of these people. You must dull the mind of these people, deafen their ears, and blind their eyes. Otherwise, they might see with their eyes and hear with their ears, understand with their minds, turn back and be healed. That don't kind of make sense. It's saying I have to dull the minds, deafen the ear, and blind the eyes. Which mind has to be dulled? Which ear has to be deafened? Which blind, which eye has to be blinded? The physical. Because otherwise, they might see with the spiritual eye. They might hear with the inner knowing and understand with that Christ mind and turn back from that world and be healed. What? 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 Die to self. Turn back. Not turn back, turn away. That's what it's saying. When you look up the actual definition of blasphemy, it doesn't exist. How can us speak against God? There is nothing but God that exists. Um, what? Yeah, let's look that up right quick. Now that you say that, let's see. Let's see where it will take us. The only blasphemy you blas. Here's the thing about blasphemy. The only one, it's like saying God's name in vain. What does that mean? Blasphemy. Saying God's name in vain. It's you. You the only one who can do that. Whenever you see yourself less than what you are, that's blasphemy. When you see yourself as weak, you have now separated yourself from God. If you and God are one, how can you be weak? You're saying that God is weak. Blasphemy. If you and God are one, how can you be alone? How can you be unloved? So you're saying that God is not love? Blasphemy. When you say, you see where we're going here? We can keep going on and on and on. If you and God are one, how can you be sick? Are you saying that God is sick? God can be sick? Blasphemy. Whatever you say in your name, you say in God's name. And if you speak anything other than power, blasphemy, you are speaking God's name in vain. That's you doing that. You, when you speak of weakness, you that's worse than any goddamn that anybody can say. That's you damning God. You are saying you are less than. You are saying, oh, there's something greater. You make illness an idol when you believe more in it than you believe in God. When you make your circumstances greater, when you believe more in the circumstances, I must really be stuck because I lost this job. This is it. It's all going to be lost now. You see what you're doing? Damning God. That's you. It's no one else. It's no one else. It's no one else. It says Latin blasphemy means slander. Or is that impious? Impious. Did I pronounce that right? Impious. Yeah. So impious means a lack of reverence. A lack of reverence is a lack of acknowledgement. So when you're blasphemous towards God is a lack of acknowledgement of God being all power, all knowing. Who is that God? You. Congratulations. That's great. That's great. That's great. Yes, forgiveness is an action. It's not pleading to be made right. It's simply changing your mind. It's changing your mind. I don't need your apology. Because what if I don't see you as wronging me? What if I see that what you did brought me closer to myself? What you did awakened an aspect of me. I got clearer on me. You were a mirror. I actually created this. I created this. This was a co-creation that happened. And I use you to be an example of me not yet realizing how powerful I am. So I don't need you to apologize for me. You ain't did nothing wrong. Oh, can you let go of it like that though? I know you talk it, but can you really like let go of it like no one has wronged me? Life can't wrong me. I wiped the slate clean. That's what's making those sins white as snow. You can talk it, man, but can you do it? Will you do it? Will you do it? Yeah. No longer I who lives, but Christ who lives in us. Facts. Everyone is teacher. No one listens. Yeah. 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 Get in the ark, Jesus. It's a flood of deception. We're gonna do that's our Bible study next week is gonna be on the ark, knowing the ark and what it represents. Guess what the heart arc is? You already know. Ain't nothing but your mind. When you know you're on the brink, right? An awakening is upon you. Is the moment that God says, who is God? Your awareness. The people have gone evil. They are wicked. I must destroy it all. That's your own awareness saying how we been thinking don't work no more. How we been living don't work no more. This environment don't work no more. I gotta wipe this clean. I gotta destroy it all. Build the ark. And that's you building this oasis within yourself that can't nothing penetrate. So you, as soon as you make the decision, here come the storm, the water coming. But don't worry, you in the ark. You good, right? You took two of every kind. That two of every kind is just the thoughts. That you take the ideal with you. You take the thoughts that you want. You take the seeds. You take the come on. Come on. Take the possibilities that you like with you and you keep them safe in the ark. Good times, people. Good times. Have you ever read anything about stoicism? Yeah, I have. You have a blessed night too. In Rook's name. Have a blessed night in Rook's name. You understand me? Ain't no name more powerful than that. You calling on a name? You think a name is more powerful than your own? Another name? Another name that somebody made up? Ah, yeah, don't worry. They bored. They need it. And I'm happy. I'm happy for people who need Jesus and got them or whatever they doing. Whatever. I don't know. Good luck. Yeah, in Rook's name. It's done. Huh? Appreciate you, Astrid. Yeah, that it and listen. Yeah, stop playing at a certain point. And all this other stuff in somebody name, in this name, in this the weird part, and I had to check myself when I was in that world. The weird part was I thought that I had more solutions for everybody else than I had for myself. That's weird. I'm out here trying to save the world, believing I'm saving souls and I hadn't saved my own. That would be the definition of insanity. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Go ahead and chalk that up. That's the definition of insanity. So, um, and if you stood on what you believed, or I guess, right? If you really rock with it, it wouldn't matter what nobody else think. It wouldn't matter you could tell me whatever you want to tell me. It don't matter to me. It don't stop anything that I'm doing. So when you start getting triggered by somebody else's beliefs, you're a weirdo who don't know who you are. Ta-da. You the weirdo. All I say is show and prove. And if it's working for you, don't you change a thing. I don't care what it is. You stay right with it. Keep right at it. I'm who you find once it ain't working no more. Once what was is no longer, yeah, that's when you find me. I'm still pushing through, helping everyone else before myself. No more though. Yeah, you gotta redirect it, and you have to see that it's worth it. That if there are people that you genuinely want to help, I promise you, you're gonna be able to help them so much more when you at your best. I promise you. Uh, oh Lord, that's what Jesus gonna do. That's what y'all God does. They come back and destroy you in the most gruesome ways. That's what turn y'all on, don't it? Mental illness. Mental illness. Well, I guess whatever works for y'all, that's what you get off on. Isn't insanity repeating the same thing over and over? No, no, no. Depends on what I'm repeating. Ain't never gonna be insane for me to repeat all that's good and wonderful about me, because repetition constitutes programming. That's what most people are stuck with right now is programming. It's what's been repeated to them their entire life over and over and over and over again. So no, it's not insanity if I'm repeating power, depending on what I'm repeating. I can't never go wrong singing my song. The song of me? No. Singing it's like saying your favorite song, your favorite ice cream, your favorite whatever, your favorite person. It's insanity returning to that over and over again. Why? Why? They ain't following nothing. They ain't following nothing. That's why they need people to join. See, people joining in validates it for them. You ever seen a dude that wanted to get with a chick? Like a real baddie, right? That a bunch of the other fellas wanted, but he was the one that got her. And he got to tell everybody. See, it wasn't good enough just that he got to experience her. Like he got what he wanted. Spend time with her. They might have got together, got it in, whatever. That wasn't enough. They weren't enough if nobody else knew, right? It's like it didn't happen unless somebody else. That's how they are. They need cosigners. Them believing in it is not enough. They need to go get others. Lots of love from the pagan community. Yeah, shout out. I appreciate it. Shout out to all the pagans. Yeah. Especially if your cup not overflowing, you should never try to save or help nobody. No, focus on yourself. And if you really trusted yourself and you really was solid in who you are, you wouldn't have a fear. A lot of times what's happening is there's this, it's like a fear that something might happen if I turn my back on this, that something might go left. No, they good. That's all you got to tell. If you would say the same spirit in me, the same power in me is in them. If that same power, guidance, and wisdom has been guiding, directing, so called protecting me, they'll do the same for them. The end. All you have to do if you really want to help a person is see them in their highest light. See them good. See them safe. See them strong. See them productive. See them taking care of themselves. See them healthy. See them well. See them knowing. See them. That's all you got to do. These images, we are creating these. So we create the problem that somebody is a damsel in distress, and then we make ourselves the hero. You could just eliminate that. Just make them powerful in your mind. That's all you got to do. The faith I follow is Nordic Welsh. My people will tell you about my culture. We do not ask you to follow. That is up to you. Okay, that's cool. Remember, as kids, my mom would tell us that during the tribulations, people would go knocking on doors asking if you believe in Jesus, and they would cut off our body parts if you did. What? Wow. Yeah, there's a lot of trauma. That's why I can't lie to kids. So don't ask me to do it. Now, I'm not gonna tell, just like I tell my little niece, I'm not telling you what to believe. I tell her to trust her heart. So if she feels like she wanna believe in something that some weirdo has told her that makes her afraid, then believe in it. I tell her that she can't get it wrong, so she'll always know what to do, to ask her heart what the truth is. Now, if she likes to frame it as God, fine. Ask God what the truth is. Doesn't matter. But you'll know that guidance will be coming from, you'll start here. You'll always make you the starting point. You won't make somebody else the starting point. You make you the starting point. You will always know. And sometimes those things will change. And I've shared that. I said, I believed a lot of things for a long time and then I changed my mind. Sometimes you change your mind about things. That's okay too. Simple. But this whole trying to scare people into submission, it's not going to work. It never has. You ain't gonna scare nobody into submission. You're not scaring nobody into submission, whether it's the church, whether it's in relationships. Now, can you influence, persuade? Yeah. Let's see how it work out. You can get somebody. I ain't gonna say you can't get nobody. We'll see how it works out. Yeah. hmm We thought that was honorable to die and be hurt for Jesus. I know. All right. How about that? Stop asking me stupid shit. How about that? How about that? I need you to have something better to do. All right. I need you to get some bros or some hoes. Okay. All right. Got it. We've entertained that enough for this Friday night. Okay. It's okay to visit the church, but don't stay there. Right. We can reel it in by coming back to that one question. Why does it take so much effort just to maintain it? Why does your spiritual practice, why does your religious practice take so much effort? It should be a joy to you to serve your Lord. It should be a joy to you. Why does it take so much effort? Why is it so hard for you not to be a sinner? Because it's just our nature. Why does your God make that your nature? Well, because the enemy. Why did God make your enemy have so much power? So you just ask question after question after question. And at a certain point you realize, wait a minute, this is a little bit of insanity going on here. It's a little bit of insanity happening here. Yeah. Why does it take so much effort to love? Why does it take so much effort to be healthy? Why does it take so much effort to be successful and have money or whatever it is? If life is flow, if God is love, one could say love is being in a state of ease, no? Don't you feel your most relaxed when you're in love? You do. You feel relaxed. You feel at ease, at peace. So if you are trying to do things and you feel the opposite of that, perhaps you have left the realm of love. Perhaps you have left the realm of knowing, of self, of alignment, of order. Yeah. If it's force, it's not aligned. It's not. The question becomes, how long can you do it? I know you can do it because I've done it. The question is, how long? How long can you justify your own unhappiness? Every time you see something that calls you, you feel excited, even if it's for a second, even if it's for a quick second. The only thing that brings you despair is when this mind comes in and says, you can't have that. The moment that mind comes in, you can feel the pain in your body. You can feel the suffering in your body. That is sin, my friend. That is how you punish yourself because of your sin, because you yield to that mind that says it's not possible for you. Punishment, pain, suffering, misery, depression. Then you continue to do that, and eventually you start to notice different things happening in your body. You start seeing the body manifest that. You start see the body slow down. You see the body feeling with more physical pain, not just emotional pain, right? And then eventually there's illness. So people should be happy, right? I know you're not happy that you're getting sick, but it's a way that your body is purging. It's expressing what it's been having a struggle to express, and it's got to get out one way or the other. Yeah, it shouldn't be a struggle. I got kicked out of church twice asking these questions as a kid. True story. That's so crazy. Shout out to you as a kid. See, I was too afraid to ask these questions as a kid. And I'm going to be honest with you. The questions that I didn't have that many questions, truthfully. I took a lot of things in, but the questions that I did have, I stayed in a child's place. I kept them to myself and just brushed them out of my mind. So shout out to you as a kid for even, man, that's dope. Just being able, one, having the questions and then not being too afraid to ask. I love that. I'm just trying to live a life I don't need a vacation from. That's it. That's it. Do you believe that that's even possible? Do you accept that? Because for you to even say that, it's already yours. It's already yours. It's just a matter of you accepting, not disputing that, not going against that, not doubting that. Mm. And even when you happen to doubt it, know that it's still done. You see, you always the override. What you're aware of being, who you're aware of being, is always the override. So I actually can witness myself doubt. I can witness myself be afraid. I can witness myself second guess. As long as I'm aware that it still don't matter. I see you, but it's still a no. I don't take the bait. No, no, not this time. No, no, I gets what I want. I do what I want and I gets what I want. That's a fact. You ain't got no other choice but to show me what I want because you are me. Do you understand? Damn, I forgot to do something. That's okay. Um, just remembered. It's like, oh, I was supposed to do that at 8 o'clock. How do you counteract that expression? Mm, just with your mind, just with your own thought. Just let your inner voice override it. That's it. Just say no. Nope. Nope. Same thing with a feeling, right? And say you can you get news of something that has you distraught. You can be distraught. You can be overworked. You can feel the pressure. It can feel intense. You can cry. All the while, the inner whisper says, ain't true for me. I'm still her. I'm still him. I still get what I want. Life still works in my favor. Everything always work in my good. See? See? It's just the override. That's all it is. It's just the override. It's just the override. Every single time I'm coming back to. And at a certain point, what you find is it's just normal and natural that you're no longer moved by the thought. You're no longer moved by the emotion, that you can ride the wave now. And it's like it's nothing different. You don't see any different between the days where you like the thoughts are coming in and you feel absolutely amazing versus the days where the thoughts coming in and you not feeling so amazing. It's whatever because you know you still the one no matter what. It's just a game of awareness. That's all it is. And you just have to practice. Yeah. It's yours for the asking. I mean, for the taking. Yeah. And the asking, and look up what asking means. It just means desire. That's how you set it in motion. You know, it comes to you. Guess what you have to do to desire something? Got to be aware of it. You see how we come back to awareness? Boom. Every single time. Every single time. In order to desire something, I have to be aware of it. You know why our parents haven't desired N not being stuck at a job for 30, 40, 50 years, why they haven't desired to make money in different unconventional ways or have loving relationships where they actually enjoy and like each other, right? Love each other. You know why? Because they're not aware of it. They're not aware of that. Their awareness on this is how life is, this is how it goes. See? You are aware. You already desire it, which means it's done. The moment you can see it, it means it's done. Can you hold to it? That's it. Can you stay there? Can you keep coming back to it? Can you be loyal to that? Or do you return to how it looks? Do you return to the circumstance? Do you return to, see? That's it. That's the only thing that's happening. Can you hold to it? Will you fall back into, this is where it is? It's so difficult for me. I don't have no support. I don't have no network. My family, this. Oh, my mama still ain't apologized. My daddy still ain't explained why he didn't do whatever. Let all that go. We don't care. We don't care. And only you know how and when you will shed that crap. It doesn't take a process, but if it does, whatever. Either way, make it right. Lauren Hill said it best. It could all be so simple, but we rather make it hard for ourselves. I did. That had been my story. Like, let me tell you something. I can make some stuff hard. And I just think I needed to know. I spent too much time as a child being told just cause. Why I gotta do that? Just cause. Wow. First of all, I didn't ask a lot of whys. So it wasn't like asking why. It was a way that you could ask questions about things, but you didn't ask why. Because the answer was because I said so. Because I said so. Because I said so. And that's why I came up with the question, says who? Says who? So a lot of my hardness was, what you giving me might be good advice, but I need to know for myself. Just because you said so ain't good enough for me. So, I take it. I've been saying cancel, cancel. When it comes up, I'll keep going. Yeah. And again, it's not even like it has any power. It's really relaxed. It's really and again, whatever, don't get caught up in the specifics, right? It's just how I'm explaining it. But it's more of a, you don't have no power. I see you and you have no power. Okay? You don't mean anything until I give you meaning. Just start practicing that. You don't mean anything until I give you meaning. And I'm saying you don't mean anything. You do not change anything, right? A notice comes in the mail, something comes through the email, text message, a phone call, and it's like everything has fallen apart. Something doesn't happen with you, with somebody you care about. That's when you have to step in. It does not, the thoughts that come up and say, this is gonna be it, man. This has destroyed everything. No, it hasn't. That awareness. And what you find is initially you don't even know. You're in the loop. You only realize it after the fact. It's getting in the gap, right? That's the practice, getting in the gap. So a lot of times it's like after the fact, like, damn, I did it right there. Right. Okay. Okay. You couldn't choose. You couldn't choose because you wasn't aware. The moment you find yourself in that gap, right? You start like, no, no, you don't mean anything. That's not how it works for me anymore. No, my family good. No, I'm good. No, I'm always taken care of. I'm not stuck. No, everybody is in harmony right now. There is no chaos. There is no chaos. Everybody understands that this is the best for everybody. This is, all the moving parts are perfect, falling in place. Really is you training yourself to trust yourself. Because when you don't trust your own word, when you start to speak, you kick that out the door. You like, nah, but, oh my God. And then you panic. You just learning how not to panic. You learn how to trust yourself. So less force. No, we don't have to force it. It's like you're talking to your children. Your thoughts are just your children. No, no. I already told you no. No more candy. Nope. No, they can throw a temper tantrum or whatever. No. Sharon said, I'm also getting out of the habit of making decisions based off of money. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. I didn't know that that's what asking meant. That's so freeing. You see how we can just get deeper meaning, and it just like, wow. Wow. Okay, I can go with that. I can go with that. It's like the idea of waiting, right? I'm like, that word don't sit right with me. I like when people say you should be patient. I was like, it feels like waiting. I shouldn't have to wait. Then I started like, okay, what is a wait? What does wait actually mean? Stand at the door and wait for me. What am I saying? Be on watch for me. Okay. Okay, I can go with that. Now I add it back in. See, I got to take it back out until I get clear on what it is. I throw it out. With that, okay, the wait is just a watch. So if I'm patient, I ain't patient because I'm waiting. I'm patient because I'm watching. Because I already know. I'm keeping my eye on what it is that's true for me, what it is that's done. I see it. Okay, me and it are one. I like that. I like that. But the idea of me just waiting, I'm waiting for something to happen. I'm waiting for the tide to turn. I'm waiting for divine timing. I'm waiting for nope, nope, nope. My spirit disputes that. It rejects it. It will not accept that. I find it hard to believe that Rook didn't question authority as a child. No, 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 no. This version you know here. Uh, Nobody who knows me knows this version. Let's just put it like that. Nobody who has known me. Let's just say that. um, no, no. I was a very afraid child. Yeah, I was afraid. The fear worked on me. It did. Um, yeah, that no, I didn't question authority. In my mind, I did. When did you start to question or vocalize your questions? When I was an adult. Now I had a rebellious streak in my teenage years, but it didn't have anything to do with like religious stuff. That was just me not wanting to follow like you got these restrictions, you got that restriction. Like it was a breaking through that was starting to happen. Like the chains was slowly trying to starting to come off. Like, okay, you can't threaten me with whipping me no more. That don't work. Okay. What? Beat me. What? Like that part of me was developing. So it was a slow snatching of the chains off one by one. But the vocal, no, that was one I had to that throat chakra. Yeah, yeah. Which tied into some of the thyroid issues that I had going on. See, everything is connected in the body. Everything, everything, all the glands, the organs, emotions, the physical, they're all connected. So it was like a gradual unfolding. Right. I was saying things before I actually was doing them. Let's just say that. So that didn't come. Yeah, that came years, well into adulthood before I became vocal with actual questioning things. Because before you can question somebody else, you really, well, at least as an adult, I know it's different as a child, but I had to question myself. That's what came first. What blew the lid off, I asked myself, what if you wrong? That was one of many mental breakdowns. What if you wrong? What if it's more to life than you think? What if it's more to religion than you think? What if it's more to the story? What if you don't know everything? What if what you think creates health is not? What if there's a different way to take care of yourself, to take care of your mind, to take care of your body? What if there is a way to get the life you want, but it ain't what you doing? It ain't what you following. Like I had this as someone who's very strong-minded to put down, like I was certain I was on the side of right. We started this, I said the conscious mind, its job is to fact check. It looks, conditions, circumstances, and it comes back and says, no, this is false. Nope, that's a lie. The subconscious, what we refer to as the subconscious aspect of mind, what's so delicious about it is you posing that question, it goes to create the facts. It's gonna go and find. See, you release it into the entire field. The conscious mind is limited. It's a filter. Can only is only gonna respond to what it knows, right? This is what I'm dialed in on. This is the truth. The truth is your ass is broke and you came from a broke family and your ass gonna always be broke. Okay. The truth is you do not know how to do that. The truth is you are shy and you do not like speaking publicly. That's what my mind said. But when I released that thing into the wild, to the entire field, it goes to look out into all other possibilities and it's gonna bring back to me some new possibilities. That what I think I know is it. There's more to the story. But I had to open to receive that. Once I was locked in, man, like it cut me off. I wasn't submissive. That's what submissive means. You're supposed to be submissive to your own soul. Somebody wants somebody to be submissive to a human. People so stupid. It just sounds so dumb. I know what they mean though. I know what they mean. But nonetheless, you're going about it all wrong. Ain't no way in the world that I could be submissive to me and then not experience that in the outer world. The reason why people aren't submissive to you, cough, cough, fellas, is because you're not submissive to your own spirit, your own soul as you. So, what does submissive mean? It means to be receptive. So, I became receptive to a higher thought, a higher mind, a higher possibility. And guess what? It brought me in some new information. That's the light. That's all consciousness is light, new information, new possibilities. And once that came in, oh baby, we was ready to go. We was ready to go. I found okay, I already read that one. Telling your kids because I said so indirectly teaches them to be followers. Yes, that's what it does. And I was. I was for quite a bit. I'll be honest with you. I was. Now I can reflect back and I see sprinkles. I'm like, okay, she was in there. Cause that right there, she questioned. Okay, that right there, she questioned. Okay, she did. So she peek out here and there with certain things. It just wasn't enough for me to hold to that. But yeah, and then let's just add to that, not only being told that because I said so, if you also got discipline, let's say you got spanked, you got a whooping for questioning. Okay, yeah, yeah. It teaches, has the ability to teach you that this is how we go about it. What's up with you, Joseph? You want to lock in? Then let's go. S- uh, Yeah, a whooping. Yeah, you know what a whooping is? Getting your ass beat. Does that translate? As in being submissive to spirit? Yes. Yes. To a higher direction, to a higher call. Just new possibilities, that's all. It's just new thoughts. That's all it means. If you are locked into this is the way the world is, this is the way the world is, I can't have this. Right? I can't have this. I can't do this. I can't be that. Being submissive to spirit, that's the I can, the I am. I'm able, I'm capable, I'm willing, I'm knowing. That's all it is. Be receptive to that higher thought. The higher thought knows more. Why? Because it is not looking through a limited lens. The conscious aspect of mind is looking through a filter. It is incapable of taking it all in. It cannot. It cannot process like that. It would fizzle out. It would burn out. We would probably die, I'm sure of it. Where you been? What's up? Iman, wait, listen. Where you been? I ain't seen you in a long time. Where you been high? You still getting money? You still running up the charts? Rolanda said that's true. I believe that's why my grandmother was blind. She complained so much and never could see the positive or good, and her eyes just said, well, since you hate what you see so much, we're going to stop. Listen, listen. Let me tell you something. If you buy into the idea that it's normal for you to start losing your vision, if you buy into the idea that's how it works, see that's one limited perspective of mine. Why? You are basing that information on what you've been told, and what other people have shared with you, and what you've witnessed. See, the higher thought says that's not how it works. You have perfect vision forever. You have always had perfect vision. But what would happen is give a demonstration. Let's just say one day you're looking at your phone like you normally do, or you look at your paper like you normally do, and it starts to look blurry. And you trying to rub your eyes a little bit, and you think you got something in your eye, but it don't clear up. And then you rub it again, it kind of clears up. There's a part of you that gets a little anxious, but you don't make a big deal about it. But let's say this keep repeating throughout the month. Every few days, you go to look at something and you start to see it look blurry. What do you tell yourself in that moment? Is my vision getting bad? Is that what you conclude? Because that's what the conscious aspect of mind, right? Right? It would conclude this must be the truth. Oh my God, I need to go to the eye doctor because I'm losing. Oh my God, I'm gonna end up having to get glasses like my daddy did at 35. Oh my God, where does your mind go? Or do you, anytime it happens, you reaffirm, my vision is perfect. My vision continues to get better every single day. Man, I'm seeing better than I ever have. I have perfect vision. I've always had perfect vision. See? See? Options. Options. Huh? Which one is it? See, you don't know. You don't know when you always, I love to hear it. You don't know when you're not aware. You don't know. But I can tell you what the default is. The default is what everybody else around you is doing, what you've been told. And the default is just like when people start feeling their knees aching, what do they default to? I'm getting older. My back aching, my knee aching. You feeding that crowd. You're the sinner. And that is why you are not punished by your sins, but because of your sins. Wait, do I even have that backwards? Am I saying that backwards? By your sins, because of your sins. Yeah, yeah. Or is it by because your sins, but by your sins? Yeah, I think I got it right. You just woke up? What's up, Papa Smurf? What's good with you? It's your way of thinking, is what I'm saying. So it's not no bad karma. Whatever you're calling your karma, karma means action. You have to stop reacting to the old and choose something new. And then you resolve whatever you're calling karma. Ta da! So the sin is not sending you to hell, right? It's not acting as a punishment because you've sinned. No, that's not what's happening. No. You're punishing yourself because you keep choosing the sin. You keep choosing to see things through a limited lens. You won't die to that old mind. No. And you got to you have to turn your lens inward so that you can start observing that this is what you're doing. You got to see like, whoa, I go over the top. Like, whoa, I start thinking. Like, let's just say you brush your hair, right? And you start seeing pieces of hair in your hairbrush. Do you immediately say, "Oh my God, my hair is thinning. Oh my God, my hair is falling out"? Fellas, when you start seeing the lineup looking like it's coming back just a little bit, do you go into a panic? Like, oh man, I'm about to lose mine too. Like, no, you be still and know. No, hair is phenomenal. I got the best hair follicles on the block. You understand me? My hair follicles are me. Everything in me is perfect. Everything in me is healthy, strong, operating at full capacity. Everything in me is a reflection of the Most High. Everything in me is a reflection of absolute perfection. You can go wherever you want to go with it. Typically, we go off the cliff. Typically, we gather what we don't want. When there's another possibility available, there are many other possibilities available. If you start at the baseline, though, everything works in my favor. Everything for my good. Everything. Everything for my good, everything in my favor. I cannot lose. I gets what I want. I do what I want. This world belongs to me. See? Wait, what? Can you please chant a small verse to invite the spirit right now? No. What the hell? Yeah, you think this is the horse and pony show? I don't act on command like that. And furthermore, what do you mean invite the spirit? Invite as if the spirit ain't here. How long you been on? You done missed the whole message. What are we talking about here? The spirit is never not here. That's a matter of perception. What are you talking about? The spirit, invite the spirit. The spirit is here now. The spirit is you. The spirit is me. These words are the spirit. So I need not perform to invite no spirit in. That's all performance. That if it makes you feel good, like it's like giving your mind permission or something. But no, none of that is required. I don't need to do anything. Like it is this the spirit is here now, everywhere, at all times, in all places. Do you plan on seeing a new Michael Jackson movie? I do. I probably ain't gonna I be saying that and I don't never go see nothing. I can't even tell you the last movie I've seen. I ain't been to the movies in years. I'm gonna be outside this summer though. Just mark it. I'm gonna be back outside. I gotta make myself like I'm have to like people get out of prison, the re-entry, right? I'm about to re-enter society, but on my terms this time. But I do want to see it. I'm pretty sure for the first few weeks it's probably gonna be sold out. I think they already got pre-sale tickets up. I've come overcome everyone else's. It's when I don't work out or eat right. Well, Yeah. Yeah, you know. You know what you need. That's something else. Locking into, I know what I need. Can't nobody know more than I know about what I need, what's important to me, what feeds me. That happened to me last year. Our doctor told me it was from stress. A year later, I got 20/20 vision. Thank God, aka me. You see what I'm saying? You have to practice this. You don't know how you will respond. See, everybody think they got an answer, like they know. Ain't that what what's his name? Ain't that what Mike Tyson said? Everybody got a plan until they get punched in the mouth. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you when the mind becomes compromised? Who are you when those demons come up? To say you afraid, to say this is real, to say panic, to say run, to say that says doubt. Who are you? Who are you? Yeah, we are the spirit. They want you to summon spirits from a Ouija board, a Ouija board. Yeah. It's- What's good with you, elevator? Yeah, you back, alchemist? Yeah, we still here. And my phone about to go dead. So we about to close it out. The doors of the church are about to close. They're about to close. But no, don't think you have to perform for anything. The whole point of the performance, the whole point of the invocations, the summoning was to speak to the mind. That's the whole point. It speaks to that aspect of us to allow this conscious mind to simmer down a bit. That's what almost puts you like in a trance state to what? Become more receptive. So it was that entry to put you in more receptive state so that whatever came after that Whatever came after that will have less interference from the conscious mind. That's the whole point. But you don't have to do any of that. But if you feel the need to do it, and I don't feel the need to do it, I mean, do whatever you like. But that's just not what we do over here. I don't have to call anything in because I don't look at anything as being out. It is here. It is now. It is me. It is everything. It is you. We don't have this encounter that we're having here by accident. That does no, not in my world. I don't do nothing by accident. Everything I do is intentional. And I got to do it with everything in me. And if I can't do it with everything in me, I'm gonna bow out. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna say no thank you. I'm not gonna half ass. So a half experience, I don't know how to give that. I know how to give a whole experience. Which is why I don't like to sign up for a lot of things. Because when I do sign up for it, I'm saying I'm willing to give it my all. You understand what I'm saying? And yeah, yeah, yeah. So that's our good word for tonight. The sin. You're not getting punished unless you believe it. Yeah, not in my reality. Facts. Not in my reality. I finally put somebody asked me about putting the membership up. I finally put the membership up, but I haven't. I gotta work in the coming weeks to add some videos and things on the back end over here on the YouTube side. Um, it'll be the same vibe, but it'll be a little bit more specific in regard to getting intentional. If you serious, it ain't gonna be nothing that's too much. I don't want to hear from nobody that this is why I need this is why I say start with your health, right? Because a lot of this game is energy, and people be tired, like and part of the or the fatigue is just your own mind. It's just because you keep saying that crap. Like, do you want it or don't you? Are you the it or are you not? Are you getting what you want or don't you? You have to convince yourself. You have to convince yourself. I don't want to hear about nobody else's partner, what they are doing. They're a reflection of you and your own self-doubt. Whoop. That's what they reflect. They reflect the part of you that don't even think that highly of yourself. That's why you willing to accept scraps. So why you mad at them? Step your game up. Are you convinced that you are him or her? Either you are or you're not. And you'll know when life is life and you'll know. You'll know. Do you trust your word? When you say I got you, do you trust that? Yes or no? What is that verse? What is that verse? I'll tell you in a minute. Let me find it. There's so many wonderful verses. I was affirming for $300 I needed for my car this week, and a couple hours later, I was arriving to work, and my mom and sister sent me $500 for listen, for no reason. You see how you just and you know what? You accepted that. You just accepted that that's what it is. My word is bond, and when I speak, like if you would look at everything as the money needs you. The money trying to manifest you. That's why you keep feeling like bothered by not having it because it's calling you. It's saying, just say yes. Just accept that it's just as simple as that. Just say yes. The love is trying to manifest you. It is nothing without you. How can it be expressed without you? The health is trying to manifest you. How can it be expressed without you? There is no expression of health without you. There is no expression of anything without you. See, God is nothing without you. Damn, that's really blasphemous, ain't it? Appreciate you, Astrid. I shall be on the beach. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Good point. Soon to come, my friend. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm getting mines. I don't know what y'all out here doing. Here we go. Romans 14 and 5. As the doors of the church are closing, one man esteemeth one day above another, Another esteemeth every day alike. Let every man be fully persuaded in his own mind. Let's read the translation. One person considers one day more sacred than another. Another considers every day alike. Each of them should be fully convinced in their own mind. That goes for everything. One person considers their childhood a defining factor in their destiny. Another person doesn't. Let every man be convinced in his own mind. Huh? Let every person, they're saying mankind, ladies. That means mankind. This is both. Be convinced in your own mind that it's whatever you say it is. One person believes the doctor report is final. One person doesn't. Let every person be convinced in their own mind. So it's you that you got to convince, friend. Friend, do you really believe that the Son of God was in a human womb? Was an ignorant baby, drank milk, ate food, suffered, and died? Do you believe that Jesus can be a Son of God? The Son of God was in a human womb, yes, because the Son of God is you. Every person that came through a womb is a son of God. That's what you are, the offspring of the all. So yes, you drank milk, you was an ignorant baby, you ate food, yes. I don't know of anything else that you're talking about. The man's name wasn't even Jesus. So you can start there. How about that? We are all the sons of God. Jesus ain't special. He said it himself. Facts. Facts. We already recited that. John 10 and 34. Did I not say that ye are gods? What else? What else do you want? So, it's whatever you believe it is. I really don't care. If you want to spend the rest of your life going based on what somebody else told you, if you want to think about this, if the only thing that makes you a believer is fear, what do you really have anyway? You only believe because you're scared. That's what I find. The people that get really serious, they especially those that grew up in the church and then they went wild and ventured off, right? By the time they start getting sick and they start seeing people die, that's when mortality starts to seep into their mind. Now they want to come back and preach to other people. You're just scared. That's all you are. The good book says God did not give you the spirit of fear, but of power, love, and a sound mind. That don't sound like power, love, and a sound mind. No, does it? No, does it? Not to me. So, what was that? 2 Timothy 1 and 7. You just scared. And to validate your response to fear, you want other people to believe like you believe. It's not my job to convince you of shit. You understand me? It's your raggedy beliefs. I don't have to prove a doggone thing, right? The burden of proof is on you. Don't try to worry about proving me wrong. Prove yourself right. That's what you should focus on. Prove yourself right. I done that. All you gotta do is say yes. You see what I'm saying? God means whatever you think it means. God means good. That's all it means. How about that? I don't care. How about that? Get what you want. Are you getting what you want? Are you living the life you want? Are you in the body you want? Are you healthy? Right? Are you loved? Are you abundant? The good book says, I came that you might have life and have it more abundantly. If you ain't living more abundantly, I don't care what you're talking about. If you cannot be an example of whatever it is that you say you believe, your beliefs mean nothing to me. They obviously mean nothing to you either. Yeah. Yeah. There's nothing to debate. There's nothing to debate. Now, we should probably, when I'm in the mood, do a little jam session. I know some of you are just kind of being assholes, but those who genuinely do have questions, we have a jam session. Let's go verse for verse, bar for bar. Let's do a verses. Huh? Let's do a verses, and we just lay it out. We just lay it's right there. Any question that you could have, and don't let me pull out the big boys. But see, you don't believe in that. See, you can only accept the books they told you to believe, right? Even though they can alter the books, they can take books out. We don't even worry about that. You don't even go to the books they took out. Nah, it don't even matter. It don't even matter. Because you're not allowed. See? You're not allowed. You're not free. You have to be a follower. You're like a little child. You have to be told what to do. You have to, ooh, don't read that. Don't read that. Because the spirit might get in you and take you away. That's how weak you are. That's how weak your God is. You mean to tell me you standing on power, you standing on truth, and something else could come and sweep you away? You could just read one thing and a demon just take over you and take your whole body and soul? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's I don't want none of that. That's weak. That sucks. It stinks. How do you believe in something not logical? That's the question I'm asking. That's the question I'm asking. I guess you have to. I be telling my new converted Hebrew aunt who believes blacks are the chosen people, oh boy, that's a whole nother hour. If I can't use that to better my life, then what good is being the chosen people? You know who are chosen? That's a good way to close this out. You know who are chosen? The people who choose themselves. Those are the chosen. The people who choose themselves. If you are aware that you chosen, you chosen. That's what's required. That's what's required. That's how you initiate yourself, your own awareness. If you got to ask who the chosen is, it ain't your ass, okay? It ain't you. Ooh, sorry. Sorry, try again. Now, it could be. You can definitely turn this around, but it ain't you, friend. If you got to ask. If you've decided that it's me, I am the one. I am the one. I am the beginning. I am the end. Huh? The Alpha and the Omega. It is me. I know it's me. Then it's you. It's you. The ones are always know they're the ones because they chose themselves. This idea, if you think I'm rocking with some God that chose somebody else to be chosen, then what? The unchosen? So what am I here for? To be the sucker of the chosen? Don't piss me off. I really argue to know the truth respectfully. Well, that's where you gonna go wrong because I don't argue. You don't want to know the truth because if you want to know the truth, you will seek and you will find. See, it's not my job to prove the truth to you. That's not my job. That's your job to prove the truth to yourself. I am the one. Rolanda, there we go. And on that note, my phone is on 1%. So I am the one. I am the beginning and the end. I am Rook the Great, okay? If you don't know who I am, the baddest who ever did it, the baddest who will ever do it. Do you understand me? Can't nobody touch me. I'm the God. You understand? I'm the Jesus. I'm the Christ. I'm the authority. That's in my name is it done. Cause what does name mean? It means nature. I gets what I want. I do what I want. This world belongs to me. I cannot fail, okay? Do you understand that? I am everything. You could never bring harm to me because I never give you the power and authority to do that. There's nothing you could do to stop this. Do you understand what we doing here? That there is no other spirit to call. I am the spirit. I'm the greatest, untouchable, unstoppable, the greatest who ever did it, the greatest who will ever do it, huh? When I show up, they pay attention. When I speak, they listen. I need you to get in your bag bar for bar. That's your assignment. Until the next time, bar for bar. Tell me who you are. Who do you say you are? You got it? You got it? Check it. Good night. Peace.